Hello again everybody, and a very warm welcome back to the channel. It's night time in New Zealand at the moment, but we've wound the time back a little bit. We're in Microsoft Flight Simulator for some more New Zealand hops. Post-world update for New Zealand. It's a big revamp of both islands in what is a pretty spectacular country anyway in the sim. We've uninstalled the Airbux New Zealand mesh today as well, so we can explore what it looks like without any of that added onto it. And we're doing some shorter hops today, which are going to keep the pressure on us in the Fenix A320. And we're giving away a copy of that fantastic NZA Simulations Christchurch International Airport, released last week for Microsoft Flight Simulator, to one of you guys, one of our lucky subscribers on the channel. All the terms and conditions for the giveaway are linked in the description down below, so do read those. If you're going to enter, of course, you adhere to the terms and conditions. YouTube isn't involved in the giveaway, and all the usual legal speech stuff. We're going to depart here, Flightbeam Studios, Auckland, and we're currently what is supposed to be realistically an ATR stand 53, I think it is. It'd be interesting to see what all of this looks like and how it all works with the ATR when it does get released in the near future. That would be quite cool when it finally does get here. Will, hello to you. Chinook as well. Great to have you with us today. Good morning, David. Slightly earlier time for streams today, of course, so sorry if you are going to miss it today and you're watching on demand. Hergy, welcome to you as well. Hergy-san, Gav, good evening. Rab, Andy as well. Dusty2, welcome folks. And yes, Sab, we're waiting for the giveaway. First leg, Auckland to Rotorua, which is about 100 nautical miles to the southeast of our current location. We're only going to cruise at about 12,000 feet, so it's going to be a good opportunity for about 10 minutes in a cruise to have a look in an airliner down below at New Zealand. From a fairly reasonable altitude, actually. We're not flying too high in this first leg at all. And effectively, hello Doc, Ron as well, Mike, Dwyle, welcome guys. We are going to depart runway 23 left here at Auckland. Nice long runway, but we're heading off over the bay initially onto the Levra 1 Papa departure. Flying runway heading firstly to Ursip. Yoep, hello buddy. Then 175 degrees to Levra, before we are heading 147 degrees to Guled, Osaku, Lakes, heading eastbound to TULMI. From there, we have that tiny little purple leg where we head to ESKER, and from ESKER we immediately enter the Rotorua arrivals. The LEDAC 3 Alpha RMP arrival for runway 18, Rabscan 240. Yes, Simbrief suggested 220 today, but Doc said about 10,000. I've added 2 to go for flight level, well, 12,000 feet. So we're actually flying this first leg below transition altitude. We'll be on local pressure the whole way. ESKER down to 4,500 by LEDAC, and then 2,300 by Reeve, max 190 knots. So we'll have some flaps extended there. 5 miles then, heading 097 degrees to Okeri at or above 4,000 feet. That's interesting. And then from there, on Zulu 18 approach from Okeri. There we go. We'll add that into Navigraph now. RMP Zulu, Nickel from 3,000, LCOB 2.5 miles, and then touchdown. There's an LNAV VNAV RNAV approach here, which is good to see, and we've got decision altitude of 1,430 that we'll have to put into the box. It's such a short route, we're actually going to prep for the arrival on the ground here at Auckland. Airport elevation in Rotorua is 938 feet. It's situated on this beautiful lake as well. We're going to see some of that on the arrival. But for those of you who saw my Tecnam P20 Series 6T preview video the other day, about 4 or 5 days ago from FSS. We actually flew it around Rotorua. Airport charts, runway's 1,843 meters. So think of it as a higher altitude, slightly higher altitude skiathos, if you like. We're going to aim to vacate at Delta or Charlie, probably be Delta, but if we overshoot slightly, we can't slow the jet down in time. There are 2 turning points on the runway here. One down right at the very bottom by the threshold, and then sort of this bit here, a third of the way in, and a very short apron area. In fact, we've only got one A320 stand here. Am I using the wrong... Livery 1 Papa departure, Doc, and LEDAC 3 Charlie. It's literally what you put into the flight planning. Yeah, via ESKER. Thomas says Rotorua is a beautiful approach, did it in real life a few years back. I'm not sure if this is a real route that's operated on inside with the ATRs. Oh yes, I've selected 3 Alpha. Look at you, Hawkeye. Nice one. Ah, there we go. That looks a little bit better, doesn't it? So, ESKER. There we go. It's this LEDAC 3 Charlie arrival. Well pointed out. ESKER to LEDAC. And then Nico straight in. So, what did I put in here? Yeah, I've selected the LEDAC 3 Charlie into the MCDU, which is good. At least I got that one right. Transition via ESKER, approach vias. But I don't want Okeri now, do we? So actually it's going to be the Arnav Yankee that we want, Doc, surely not the Zulu. Oh no, that comes in via Okeri as well. Have we got this planned right, Doc? No, via. Yeah, it's going to have to be that because we're flying in via Nickel. Cool, so we'll update that. Insert temporary. We just need to check the data really as well. So, TULMI, Livery 1 Papa, SID, and then straight into the star at ESKER, LEDAC 3 Charlie. ESKER, LEDAC, Nico, Elcob, touchdown. Super quick. Boarding is complete on the aeroplane, so we need to get from the EFB. Our weights, 56 tons, 0 fuel weight. Max 0 fuel weight, 29.5. Yes, Hergy is on our right hand side. Gross weight 61.9 and 27.9 CG. Let's get the APU fired up. There's Hergy.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cameron and I'm your Flight Service Manager. On behalf of your captain, your first officer and your cabin crew, I'd like to welcome you aboard this Air New Zealand service. Air New Zealand is proud to be part of the Star Alliance network. Civil aviation law requires all passengers to comply with all safety notices and signs on this aircraft, as well as the instructions of your crew. Please assist the cabin crew in preparing for departure by placing your carrying luggage either well underneath the seat in front of you or in the overhead lockers above. Please ensure your seatbelts are fastened.
Wait for this to come on. Show as available.
If you're seated next to a window, please ensure that your window blind is open. This is a non-smoking service,
There we go.
and would like to remind
Spooling
you that
up.
smoke detectors have been fitted in the toilets. We will be underway very shortly, ladies and gentlemen.
Mathis, yeah, we'll be having a look at Rotorua because NZA Simulations have also created that Air New Zealand Hergy. ANZ. Well, it's actually just New Zealand, so like New Zealand 151 Lima. So, company message, we can scribble through this. Good stuff, Rab. I had to do a bit of model matching funkiness with you because you're using Golf Romeo Alpha Bravo Hotel, I think, aren't you, as a call sign. So I've had to sort of force some model matching in so we actually see you. So you were an Asobo blob before, so I think you're now an Osprey CRJ 550. So we've got to do our weights. This is the one thing I have frequently forgotten in the Fenix recently. So at least I've remembered today. 56 tons and 29.5. When we push back, we'll begin the giveaway. Basically, as always, you just got to answer a question during the live stream. You've got to subscribe. Well, make sure you're subscribed and then answer the question via the live chat. You only have to answer it once when it does go live, and it will stay valid. And it will remember it all the way through the live stream today until we arrive at Christchurch in a couple of hours, few legs in, and we will draw the winner. It's an incredible scenery that NZA Simulations have created. Perf page, so 136, 140, 140 was the performance calculations that we had with the preliminary load sheet. What we can do now is actually sync the final load sheet and run the numbers again just to double check our data. 132, 135. Okay. 132, 135, 135, up 0.1. It's flex 68. Flaps 1. Headwind of 3 knots, there we go, that's good. So 132, let's add that in. 135. We're going to start the safety demonstration in a moment as well because it's a long one. It's the new Air New Zealand safety demonstration, and it's quite nice. It's like the Qantas 100 Years one where it kind of tells a story about indigenous people and all that sort of thing. It's quite cool. Air New Zealand, though, they over the years they've created some fantastic safety demonstrations. I like the body paint one, that was good. Right, so there we go, that's all good. New Zealand 151 for our call sign. Init A and B are done. Perf page is done. I want to pop in the weather data for Rotorua as well, that's important. NZRO. So we've got winds 150 at 1, QNH 1012 as well. So we have got the same QNH here as our destination, which is only 100 miles away. Temperature's 13 degrees. Dew point's 12 degrees Celsius for the METAR, so we're expecting potentially low visibility. Or at least decreasing visibility, I should say. 150 at 1. Nice calm winds. Full flap config, and then the minimums that we had a little look at on those charts, for those of you who remember that. On 430.
100 above. Minimum.
Thank you for that. 2000, pop that on auto for now. Predictive wind shear, GCS, that's on auto. We'll pop some of the lights up so we can see things a little bit better. Rudder trim set, neutral 1228. They're set, they're set. FCP set, VORs are tracking, seatbelt signs, light signs, beacon.
This parking is too small for your aircraft.
I have no idea what to expect for pushback, but we have got a custom profile for today. Though I am not confident that... oh, we need to get rid of the...
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
Got to get rid of the ground equipment. I always forget that. Until it shouts at me to do it. There we are. So, PAX switch to APU.
Departure check completed. Bypass pin inserted.
So anything with this airport is a lot of statics. Dirty 2, just fire dot METAR on VPilot. Rightio, so we're going to push start in the cul-de-sac. There's the tug crashing through the building. Love the extra realism of that. Let's start the safety demonstration because it does take a little while.
Welcome to our world. I'm going to tell you the
Auckland traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima stand 58 push start.
For our people, our place, and our culture. And it's also
Correction, stand 48 push start, Auckland traffic.
His name. Tiaki knew that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We only borrow it from our children. So to show us how important it is to care for our beautiful country, Tiaki set out to visit the guardians of this world.
Kia ora and welcome aboard this Air New Zealand flight. Just like Tiaki, Air New Zealand has made a promise to help care for our people, places
Mathis,
and culture.
if you're flying IFR, just put squawk of 2000 in. If you're flying VFR, you want 7000.
Is it something you can do alone?
I'm keen to come along.
All loose items should be stowed in the overhead locker or under the seat in front of you.
While we're on this epic journey, it's important you obey all crew member instructions, placards, and illuminated signs.
If a seatbelt sign lights up, return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Seatbelts fit low and tight across your hips. Keep them on throughout the flight. If you need to get up, simply lift the lever like so.
And yeah, VFR in the US, 1200, as David has said. Danny.0, Mike, welcome guys. Hi Flyer, hello.
If an emergency were to happen during takeoff or landing, tighten your seatbelts and adopt the recommended brace position. Place your forehead on the seat in front, put your feet back and firmly on the floor, and hold your lower leg.
I absolutely hate Streamlabs these days. It's just crap.
Electronic devices can be used at any time,
But there's
must be
nothing else
switched to
that's
flight
sort of
mode first.
routinely
And
similar
remember,
that could,
cellular functions must remain off at all times.
you know, that
Stow
kind of
larger
justifies
items in the
or
overhead
counters
locker
it.
or in a bag underneath the seat in front. If you lose your device in the seat, please call your flight attendant for help. For more information, have a look at the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you, or ask your flight attendant.
Anyway, thanks for waiting with us anyway. Those of you who remained with us for a little while. Oh yeah, I don't know what happened there. Streamlabs just decided to crash. And then I got a little error message after I'd closed it to restart it.
We invite all of you to join Tiaki's quest to care for the people, places and culture of Aotearoa.
To answer the question, it's 2-3 left, Rab. Yeah, I was just answering that as it gave up.
Of course they are.
Probably because I left Discord open during the stream, that usually buggers it. Dan, yeah, the problem with OBS is it doesn't really have all the integration that Streamlabs has got, well, seamless integration I should say. So we want flaps 1+F, they're green, spoilers you know what, the Fenix seems so dark again. That DHL's going the wrong way. Andy, you know, there are shorter announcements. This is the new one, the new safety demonstration that they've created. Isn't it weird? Because setup-wise, nothing changed from yesterday. But, you know, Streamlabs actually worked really well throughout all of yesterday. Today, it decided otherwise. Right, where are we? Auckland traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima's, taxi to hold point, Alpha 1, runway 23 left, via Charlie 5, Bravo, Bravo 2 and Alpha. Auckland traffic. I fly, yes, the Luke Airtool. APU's coming off, they're all good, light signs set as required, auto pro P anyway in this one.
Traffic,
Tick Memo Snow Blue. Hello Mike, Miguel, welcome.
1468, he's currently taxiing on Alpha, returning around Bravo 6, Bravo, Bravo 5, Alpha to 23 left as wind has changed from initial planning.
Get the seats set up. Yeah, I forgot how dark the contrast is in the cabin of these. In fact, that's the only difference between yesterday and today. We're in a Fenix A320, not an Antonov 225. So I wonder if maybe because the system gets pushed that little bit more with this, and the performance is a little bit laggy, that it's kind of steamrolled the performance a little bit. Yes, Dan. Yeah, got the new AirAC revision. Thank you. Revision 6. As we were saying in Discord, it's unbelievable, isn't it? Here's the question for you anyway. Is that we kick off the giveaway for your chance to win a copy of the NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport scenery released the other day at the same time as the New Zealand World Update for MSFS 2. So all you've got to do is make sure you've subscribed and then answer one question correctly. You only have to answer it once. It will remember it throughout the duration of the stream. And if you do get picked as a winner, it goes without saying, you need to make sure that you contact me within 24 hours of the end of today's live stream
Traffic,
via Discord or via email. It's all in the terms and conditions. So, the question is this. What is the Maori phrase for an informal hello, but also goodbye and thank you in New Zealand? 2 words as a clue. And it's not too easy today in comparison to other stream giveaways that we've done. The answer will be popped into the live chat throughout as well via Nightbot as a reminder for the giveaway question. And this is a super short hop. Alberto, hello, welcome. Very good morning to you. Super early for you in Chile. Very earlier stream today. I've got to go and pick the other half up from work at 4 o'clock, so I've got to be out of the house at 3:30. Yeah, bit of a last minute change basically, because I know yesterday we were doing the Antonov flight, and I was kind of setting up the stream for today at 1300. It just didn't work out that way, sadly. Nice big 777-300 in the background there at maintenance. There's a really nice scenery here. Flight Beam Studios. They do a great Wellington as well. We'll be seeing that in a short while. So we've got 2 Flight Beam and 2 NZA Simulations sceneries today. We're going to go Flight Beam to NZA Simulations Rotorua, then to Flight Beam's Wellington, and then to NZA Simulations Christchurch. There's the question reminder.
New Zealand 151 Lima, you continue in taxi?
There's nothing wrong with that, Alberto. Right, so that's all good, that's all set. Auckland traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima is lining up runway 23 left for Alpha 1, taking off Livery 1, Papa departure, TULMI transition, Auckland traffic. Controls visualizer. It's a very expensive scenery, yeah. It is one of the nicest, most detailed ones that we've seen. Okay, so we'll keep the power up. We'll go for 40%. It's like a Britannia Airways takeoff in a 757, this. And I'm actually going to keep Toby eye tracker active. Flex. Slight issues with the thrust there. Every time I use the Fenix, something ever so slightly changes with what I've saved or set up at default profiles. Here we go, V1. Rotate.
Auckland traffic, Stillman 1468 is entering and lining up runway 2.
Positive rate, go up.
Left.
Follow the flight director.
Alpha 1 Alpha, and we'll be waiting for wait to have into the aircraft inside.
Away we go. So mixed feedback really about the way that the photogrammetry works inside the world update, because apparently it sometimes can pop. I love the Fenix, Dan, but I just find some of the bugs more and more and more frustrating. I do think it flies better though, as Highfly's saying, in some cases. So it has got that really annoying bug that people have had on landing. I've not had it for a long time, touch wood, where it veers off, something weird happens. So
Climbing to flight level 320, Auckland.
I don't know. I really don't know. I kind of think it's 50-50 sometimes. Disarm the spoilers. That's all good. That's all set. G'day, mate. Air dog. Turning left.
Auckland traffic, Osprey 2472 is pushing back and facing to the north from stand 32. Auckland traffic.
Yes, Birdman, that is another thing that I get frustrated with too. The QNH sync and all that inside the settings. Keep saving it as default, but it doesn't remember it. Very nice, Alberto. Just got back from a trip to Buzios, Brazil. Definitely recommended to all of us if we get the chance. He says, I don't think I've ever been there. I've only ever been to Rio de Janeiro myself. Paul says, hello, what are your thoughts on the Antonov 225? Did you see yesterday's live stream? Hopefully you enjoyed it. Very good fun it was. It's not the sort of thing you would fly all the time. It's kind of a bit of a novelty. We're almost going to be at cruise already. Yeah, some people don't get any issues at all, Dan, as you're saying, but I and hundreds of other people do get the same problems we're all experiencing. The thrust reverse issue, yeah, the RA call-outs and the synced things. It's just bloody annoying, to be honest. It's there. It's the little things like that that do ruin what is a very good package, because you end up just getting frustrated by the small things, and then you kind of lose. Not interest, but you kind of lose the enjoyment of the aeroplane because of the small things that you have to sort out all the time. But in the main, it's very good at what it does, and I do love the Fenix, but I get a headache sometimes with the way it works. And somebody the other day was saying that they can't remember who it was now. In fact, it was another streamer. Somebody was saying they were on final somewhere the other day, and then their Fenix program crashed. And because of that, the airplane just fell out of the sky, and it literally wrecked their flight, their whole flight on final approach. But yeah, hopefully Fenix version 2 will be out soon. Fly Tim Sim says good morning. Good morning to you as well. Unfortunately, he says, whilst I think the Fenix is fabulous in many respects, I currently avoid it. Every time I've flown it, I have noticeable issues. Not a major worry, but the speed tape is jerky. Yeah, it's a shame, isn't it? You end up getting a few things that do affect your enjoyment of a product in the sim. Crikey, a 7-hour trip instead of a 3 because Carnival, Alberto. Oh, how was Carnival though? I bet that was incredible to actually see there. Paul saying Unibuilds have done well with both the A310 and the Antonov 225. It was a good flight yesterday. I had a good time with that, to be honest. It was very exciting. Very tough though. I felt like I was having to think very far ahead, you know, in the Antonov. Kind of trying to second guess the aeroplane a little bit as well, because I just didn't know what to expect. Certainly didn't know how to fly either, but we got there. We got to Doncaster, Sheffield nicely, to be fair. The way Fenix went with keybinds is a source of frustration for Dirty 2. Yeah, I think most of us had to actually change our keybinds because of the Fenix, so one product. Dirty 2 says, one thing that the World Update has done is reignite a dream to go to New Zealand, so I've been seriously looking at flights next year for both Australia and New Zealand. Yes, I was looking at Australia the other day, actually. Interestingly enough, but the price of flights was just incredible. It's like £7,000 return just to get to Perth in economy. Rab, no worries, buddy. We've still got 2 legs left. Harriet, hello to you. What do you mean? How do you work with a waiting video on YouTube? It could be, Dan. No, I get the point. I think, you know, in response to that, I would probably say, well, look at, for example, the PMDG or even the fly-by-wire A320X, the Aerosoft CRJ, and the other aircraft, all the other payware, like the Unibuilds A310, where we've all got different systems and we've all got different hardware, but we don't seem to have the same problems that we do in the Fenix. It's just the one add-on that a lot of people have issues with. The reverse issue for me, is Mike saying, that's the biggest one for me. I've set it all up as they have told me to, as you know, in their instructions and everything else, but we get significant issues with it working 25% of the time and failing 75% of the time. So 12,000 feet, we are fairly low, to be fair. We could have squeezed maybe up to 20,000 feet-ish, but we've kept it low, even though it was incredibly turbulent at this altitude, to be fair. But we can see the World Update from a low altitude and kind of get that enjoyment. Sorry about the keybinds there. There we go. Kind of get the enjoyment of the world around us from above, not too high up. This is the sort of route that would be operated on in an ATR. So when that does come in, it's about 2 months away, I think, isn't it? We can look forward to that. Yeah, there's the hardware, the kit. Although both bots seem to have responded bizarrely. Ignore the bottom one. Streamlabs is reactivated itself, but I don't know why or how. It's the Nightbot one is the one that you actually want. Liam, this is the first leg with New Zealand to Rotorua. FlyTim says, as we know, his go-to jet is the 737-700 from PMDG. Solid platform, reliable frame, friendly and lovely. Whilst it currently doesn't have a tablet, it doesn't worry me. I can find the information. Yeah, a tablet is a nice to have, isn't it? I've said it for a long time because the folks at PMDG get a bit of heat from people about a tablet, but it doesn't make it fly better. And the data is easy to find. Yeah, Dan, you know what? I kind of share that disappointment as well, because I would love to see a Fenix A321, and it's a market that they could kind of own, isn't it? If they bothered to do it, a lot of people would purchase it, because what they've done with the A320 CEO is just fantastic. But they promised back prior to release, they promised the wing fences, you know, a sharklet option. They promised IAEs and CFM options, so we had both engine variants. I know they've said that they're the person that has the engine data is in Ukraine, but the engine data is on Google. You can find it. They've not yet really lived up to a lot of the promises that they made on release. That's probably one of the frustrating things with it. Who knows? We'll have to see what version 2 offers. The big thing for us really for Fenix is performance improvements. They need to really work on performance. It needs to become as smooth as the PMDG 737s, because they are just fantastic on frames, performance, immersion, everything else, and they don't have the really annoying little bugs with like reverse thrust, things like that. I'd love an A321, that'd be great. Slightly longer, a little bit more challenging. Personally, I'm not too fussed about the A319 though, but as Dan is saying, Fenix have got the option to be the Talissa of Microsoft Flight Simulator if they want to. It doesn't seem like they are big enough a team. They've got quite a few on the team though, I think. Dan, I mean, they've got 2 or 3 media managers that are on their Discord server. I think they're a team of maybe 4 or 5, about 4 to 10 people as an estimate. And I know they've got paid content creators who help them as well with, you know, Katie Pilot on Twitch, for example. She's a paid member of the team, from what I understand, and she helps. Well, she helped create the tablet, actually. To be fair, the Aerosoft A330 is going to be interesting, isn't it, Paul? It'd be good to see actually what level it gets released at. I know Aerosoft are very good with the CRJ. It's kind of that mid-range, enjoyable for everyone type package, which is really nice. It'll be interesting to see what level they come in at the A330 as well, what level of immersion and complexity that offers. 20 miles to top of descent already. This lovely little ridge here. So this is the photogrammetry from the World Update. We've removed the Orbex mesh, so it's streaming in the photogrammetry and it's rendering it into the sim for us. From 12,000 feet, it looks really nice. I fly it. I have not. No, I feel like I'm partially interested to see how good it is high flyer with the fly-by-wire compatibility mod, but I find it hard to justify giving them any form of promotional content because they're just doing the same as Captain Sim, and people are modding the crap out of it to make it half decent for PC pilots, certainly VAT sim and things like that. I struggle. I kind of battle with my own sort of morals about covering those sort of products. Especially because we slated Captain Sim so much, and continue to do so. Absolutely, Dan. I think initially we're going to be flying Heathrow, Madrid, smaller sort of hops in the PMTG 777 when that releases. Really looking forward to that. I'm very excited for that. And then we might do some mid-range kind of mid to long haul streams. Nothing mega, nothing crazy. The region of 6 to 8 hours maybe. That's, I mean, 8 hours is pushing it. Again, it depends on the stability of the sim as well. Right, final check of the data because it's top of descent in a moment. So we want to descend to 2,000. In fact, I'll leave it on minimums 1,430. So we'll go down to 1,500. And I'm just going to let RNAV do the work. Yeah, the VNAV do the work. Yeah, that's a long way away, Paul, I think. Very long way away, to be fair. Yeah, Dubai, Doha, Kuwait, they're good options. High flyer. You've got North Africa as well. You've got, you know, Nairobi, Kenya, as an option. Mike says, anything good planned for 25,000 subscribers? I don't know, actually. I've not really thought about it too much. We're continuing a very, very slow climb to 25,000 subscribers. We'll do a group flight of some sort when we get there. I just don't know what, actually, to be honest. And it depends on what add-ons are being released around the time of that as well. Because if for example, it's in you know, April, May, I think reasonably we would be, you know, if it coincides with the ATR, for example, we could just do a big ATR group flight. That would be quite cool. Singapore, Sydney would be a good one, actually, Paul. Yes, and we could actually fly BA then as well. And we could do Auckland to, well, I assume, I don't know, I'll have to check, but I don't know if they do Auckland to Sydney in the 777, Air New Zealand. Right, what do we got? Rotorua traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima is inbound, passing ESKER for the Ledak 3 Charlie arrival, RNAV 18 Zulu approach, will report, turning final, Rotorua traffic, QNH 1012. 25 continuous hops somewhere for 25k, Dan. Oh, that sounds mega. What I do want to do, to be fair as well, is I want to do hops around some of these smaller airports around New Zealand. There are a few more that are included in the World Update that we haven't yet actually had a look at or had a chance to enjoy yet. But there are also many other places in the world that are great to explore. We've not been to Japan for a little while either. It's one of my favourite countries of all time. Glib the Bean, welcome. So that's a cool route to do then, Carl. We could cross the water, couldn't we? Dusty says, how about we head to Narsqua? Through 10,000 already. So total travel time, block time of 45 minutes for this leg. It's very, very short indeed. The second leg is 1 hour 15 at 20,000 feet. We head down the North Island to Wellington. I'm just sorting out the Simbury profile now. Very turbulent, isn't it? Doc said flight level 200 of this one, the next leg, just generating that flight plan. Dan says rumours online, the next World Update 13 is going to be Brazil and South America. That would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? So there's Lake Rotorua. The airport itself is the other side of the lake, on that side over there somewhere. And flying straight in, we're going to have this beautiful approach to the lake. Rotorua sort of town or city is here at the very base of the lake on the south side. Hello Andrew, welcome. Helicopter Hugh, hello to you. Granny Smith's looking forward to do the 5th Freedom flight, KLM 777 Aruba to Bonaire and back again. Yeah, and you could open up some British Airways flights as well that hop around the Caribbean as well. So they do Gatwick to Antigua and then a hop down to Grenada, for example. There's a lot of 5th Freedom routes that you could do with the 777 that are very, very nice indeed. Flight Tim Sim says he started using Volanta this week. Previously he was on Sim Toolkit Pro. Just love the screenshot feature for documenting your simming travels. Look at that. Coming up to green dot now. So I think we've already gone into approach mode. Go flaps 1. Speed brake armed. Got the descent.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Bit late.
preparation for landing. Please make sure all electronic devices are now switched off. Your seatbelts are securely fastened and your seatbacks and tray tables are in the upright and locked position. If you've had any carrying luggage out during the flight, now it's time to make sure it is
The approach into Wellington that we're going to be doing is the DOGAD 4 Alpha Umaga for runway 34. Andy.
Once again, if you do have any questions or you need any assistance, feel free to ask the cabin crew. They'll be more than happy to help you. Cabin crew, prepare cabin for arrival, please.
Dan, thank you, buddy. Rotorua traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima is inbound final. 8 miles, runway 18, Rotorua.
$2,500.
Laps 2. Gear down. There's the runway. Hey up, Bacon Sarni, welcome buddy. Laps 3. This is a sporty approach, isn't it? Lights, signs, very turbulent as well. Look at it getting thrown around. Full flap. Look at that. In fact, we go to this one, that's even better. Thanks, Ian. Said good job last night too. Great stream. Fun just watching it this morning. Good to hear. Imagine this in the ATR. Be spectacular, wouldn't it? Look at this. Wonderful. Really scenic, isn't it? Rotorua, NZRO. And for those of you who have got the world update for New Zealand, you want to go to flightsim.to and have a little look at NZA Simulations freeware pack that enhances it even more. My controls, and fly the last bit.
Rotorua traffic, Council 722 taxi, Wellington Charlie, runway 18.
Well, hey. So landing memo's no blue, gear down 3 green, and we want medium auto brake. My goodness, do you see that updraft there? Literally pushed us about 500 feet shy. Wow. I got medium auto brake. There we are, that's a little bit better now. Crikey. It's going from a headwind to a crosswind, 10 knots. Really variable, but it's literally throwing us around. I think this is more intense than the Antonov approach. Here we go. Let's go for creamy smooth.
40, 30, 20, retard.
Oh, for goodness sake. Stuffed that, didn't I? I love the screams. And reverse failure again. Max brakes. That's going to really stuff us. Let's get the brake fan on. There was no way around that, sadly. Danny says, I really want the Fenix, but costs too much. You'll spend a lot of time having touchdowns where the brakes fail, where you get really frustrated. Or the tiller does wild things.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened until this aircraft...
Even the cabin crew in the announcement sounds like he's disappointed with that touchdown. So that says 328 foot per minute. Landing rate monitor says 504. We've got one bounce, but the touchdown was alright, look. So initially there, a little early, I did stuff the flare a little bit too late, to be honest. So we did do a bounce, probably touched down properly there as well. I assume the only 6S is probably the only A320. Rotorua traffic, New Zealand 151 Lima's vacated.
The requested position is already assigned to another aircraft.
Is it? Saskatchewan Government Executive Air Service, what the heck? Different country. Yeah, Dan, so it does show reverse on the screen, but it gets stuck in reverse idle. Not reverse thrust, full reverse. What I was commanding for with that keybind was full reverse. What the heck? Why is he in the way? Oh, they're all in the way. A320 turn. So this is a custom profile we've got for this. So basically we have to follow 6N. We have to drive through the stairs. My goodness me. And then we've got to turn. I suppose there's no way around that, is there? Because GSX puts the ground equipment in place. So A320 turn. I don't know why there's Canadian ground equipment. It's very messed up, isn't it? And we've even got 2 marshallers, which is very confusing. Ah. Let's just sort that out. I've stuffed the steering up with the tiller here. It's, this is the only A320 parking spot though in real life, Doc. So I'm hoping we get passengers walk in, but we haven't yet finished setting up the aircraft after landing. I've got the brake fans on because we had maximum reverse thrust. Temperatures aren't too high though, to be fair.
Final 418, about 8 miles out.
GSX. Request deboarding.
Boarding requested.
I don't know why, even though we've selected Menzies, it's given us Ryanair handling. They probably saw the touchdown actually, didn't they? They thought, yeah, definitely. We know just the ground services for this guy. So that, I mean, this is a custom profile that's not been properly configured then, really. But look at this scenery, it's beautiful scenery. Free in the world update, but obviously improved even more so with the freeware pack that NZA Simulations have put on to flightsim.to. Lovely grass runway as well. Uh-oh, there's one on final, whoever that is. Rogue passenger bus. Leroy Jenkins.
Passengers departing site.
So doing NZRO and New Zealand. Rotorua for Papa.
Traffic, that's 3490, short final, 18.
So it's David, by the sounds of it. It's a lovely update, this scenery, isn't it? Included in the world update from Sobos. More generally, it's part of a couple of airports, actually. There's about 7 airports, all small fields. But this one fits ATRs and A320s, the biggest sort of aircraft fly into here. And the Osprey 737 as well, of course. That was a great touchdown, certainly a lot better than what I managed to pull off. It's the 737-600. Awesome. Got another one on final behind. I want to see what they're doing. Passenger buses. See, what I would have liked to have seen with the custom profile here is have passengers walk off into the terminal directly. Arrivals is literally that hangar there, that sort of hangary type of thing.
Traffic, New Zealand, Papa Lima 185 miles.
It kind of ruins the screenshot, doesn't it, having blue handling and a Ryanair logo on the stairs. DirectX 11 Ginger Ninja. Through the bus. Hello, howdy folks. Yes, look at that. Very cool. Oh, there's Leroy again.
Passengers bus is coming.
AirDog manually scripting it basically based upon the aircraft that we use. I wonder what touchdown zone was, what touchdown rating was on Volanta. That's a completely different figure as well. I just don't understand how the touchdown ratings work. It was firm, but it wasn't scream level.
Probably would have done the same day.
Passengers are boarding side.
Such a short leg that I hadn't actually realised. I'd not had a chance to upload anything onto Volanta. Any screenshots. Not really, AirDog, no. Yeah, not really. You basically find the line in the aircraft config and you script the model matching file into what you need. There's Leroy driving around on the field down the bottom of the airfield in the bus. Oh, look at that. Much better touchdown than what I did. Good work.
Rotorua traffic, Osprey 2.72, turning up final for runway 18. Rotorua traffic.
93, it's Parallel 42's Flow Pro for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's on Orbex. It's this, the wheel. And then you go to flightsim.to and there's a tab for widgets. And basically I've downloaded the GSX launcher widget, VATSIM ATIS widget, and the touch landing rate widget, and SimBrief OFP. We need to plan for our next flight, don't we? So, what have we got here? Import next flight. So it's currently 256Z. 320Z, because we've fiddled around with the time, so we have to change the time in here. Here's 1012 still. Got to make sure that's reset. So we've got MCDU, ATSU, AOC, init, request. I know, 93, it's great, isn't it? They're all so different, yet supposedly read the same thing. Still got a few miles. So there we go, init, request.
Do you want to deboard crew?
No, we don't. Oops. Quick snack with the tray table. GSX, board.
Boarding requested. Passengers bus is coming.
Air New Zealand 233 Lima. Full sign New Zealand 233 Lima. And this one is cruise 20,000. Just in time. Another 737.
Passengers boarding started.
So effectively it's going to be a straight out departure for us out of Rotorua. Just about saved that, I think. Looks alright. We're going to fly runway heading for a few miles and then we're going to turn southbound. Head towards Wellington. Mikael was asking about our ETA to Christchurch and I don't actually know. We definitely don't need a bus here, Gav. It was definitely a walking terminal. I blame the custom profile. We'll do instant loading because we're using GSX really. What do we got? 161, 288. So our weights can be initialized. We've got 59.1 ton zero fuel weight with zero fuel weight CG 31.4. Gross weight.
As I've shut down the engines on the runway. Rotorua
traffic.
Rotorua traffic, Osprey 722, backtracking runway 18, Rotorua traffic. Stop laughing, Gav. I was laughing at me. Good on, Gav. Thanks, Fergie.
Oh dear. Fantastic. Init page. Oh my goodness. 59.1. Zero fuel weight, center of gravity 31.4. Block fuel 5.7. NZRO, departures on runway 18. Totri, 4 Papa departure. Via SUDAM. There it is. Speeds.
Passengers bus is coming.
Final load sheet, sync. 18 right. Dry. Sync the weather. 121. 140 rotate and 140 is V2 as well. 1940. Flaps 1 down 0.3. Flex 2 temper 50.
Passengers boarding starting.
Why did my door close just then? Liar, hello. Saying, what? You're doing New Zealand without going to Queenstown? Surely you've got to have a sneaky trip there after Christchurch. Not today, not today. We've done that recently. I do love Queenstown, but this of course won't be the last time. Ian, no worries buddy, I shall see you in a short while. Halfway through boarding, 18 minutes to go for pushback, at least what we're scheduled for. We're going to reconnect on VATSIM with our new call sign. Jolly good. That's set, they're set. We need to pull the data from Navigraph so we get our new flight data put into it, the charts. So Totri for Papa, SUDAM, and then approaching to Wellington. We've got, again, another short trip to be fair, but we're going to do META, NZWN, see what it gives us. QNH 1010. Wind 010 at 15. 18 degrees Celsius. Variable winds 360 at 31 knots. Oh my god.
Rotorua traffic, Express 722 taking off on 18.
That is mad.
Rotorua traffic.
So we're expecting ILS 34, DOGAD 4 Alpha arrival via Umaga. So ILS runway 34 via Umaga. Watch, sounds like Gav. Watch his departure. Oh look, there's a speedbird. We'll have a little punt through this scenery as well while we're here, while Leroy's still driving around, threatening the hold point of the runway. Oh, use the whole runway. That looked great. That's a fantastic takeoff. Look at that. Carlito, hello. So, Rotorua. Part of the New Zealand World Update is being basically created by NZA Simulations. Now, there's a caveat to the scenery, as we mentioned before. Because of license conditions and things like that for things in the marketplace, NZA Simulations have had to remove things like the Volcanic Air logo off the scenery, because otherwise Microsoft require them to get a license for it. However, if you go to flightsim.to, what you will find is a Rotorua improvement mod, which will allow you to improve the immersion of the scenery by adding things like logos to various buildings throughout the scenery, which is nice. Te Pokapo Ohotata Emergency Operations Centre. And they've even done a control tower, look. Rotorua Tower. Oh, that's cool. Very old school. Nice NZA Simulations nods there as well. And look at this. This is free. This would be great when the ATR comes, won't it? What have we got here? We've got a walkway. Let's pop into here. This is the arrivals section. Business hub. Oh, this is quite nice. That guy's working away on his laptop with a view of our jet. So, no pushback required here. We're just going to get the engine started and get moving. And for that, we're going to have to probably clear QATL, get rid of QATL to hide all the ground equipment. So, that's QATL killed. So the ground equipment's now all vanished. Absolutely, Glire, yes, very nice indeed. That's good. Beacon. Right, our speeds. 121. 140. 140. Don't know why I turned my beacon on really, we're not 100% ready, but it's on now, I shall leave it on. Flex of 50 degrees. And flaps.
18 or 36.
1.8. .3. Done. We can add our arrival data in as well because again it's a short hop. So QNH was 1010. Temperature 18. Wind 010 at 15. And then we need our final approach data too. So the final approach decision altitude 300 feet. With that as well, we could probably add in the arrival procedure too before we depart. So ILS 34. DOGAD 4 Alpha. Umaga. Oh, Dan, that's good to know. Rab, nice first flight. Stuffed the landing though. So, Madro, Totra, ESKER, SUDAM, CHUTE, DOGAD, yeah, flight level 200 is selected. Okay, so let's visit Navigraph very quickly while we set up start the engines. We'll get that safety demo played as well in a mo. So, departing Rotorua, backtrack at Charlie to runway 18. Starter extension for us to help as well. And then we're going to head outbound runway heading Totra. So 109 degrees to Madro, 216 to Totra, and then from there we are going to be turning 133 degrees to SUDAM, and then heading south across the North Island of New Zealand. Then we're going to enter the DOGAD 4 Alpha arrival for runway 34 into Wellington, heading southbound 181 degrees, Whiskey November 406, descending through 10,000, MRUP at 9,000, Turak 5,200, Rongo at about 3,000 feet, Umaga at 2,000 feet, max 190 knots, and then turning northbound for the ILS DME approach for runway 34. Like so. Missed approach at Wellington is track 340 degrees to Ganji. It's heading northbound away towards the Newlands NDB. From there, 3,000 feet, expect radar vectors.
Welcome to our world. I am going to tell you the story of Tiaki. Tiaki connects us to care for our people.
Rotorua traffic. New Zealand 233 Lima stands 6.
And it's also
engine
where
start.
The hero of our story gets his name. Tiaki knew that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors. We only borrow it from our children. So to show us how important it is to care for our beautiful country, Tiaki set out.
This cross Attle below Totra at 4,000 feet, max 180 knots in the turn, so we'll leave 4,000 set. Make peace, hello. Aaron, welcome. Automated good morning to you. Good afternoon, Aaron, as well.
Safe on board this wakarererangi, canoe in the sky.
Tiaki also knew that caring for Aotearoa isn't something you can do.
Nice one, Mikkel. Ryan, welcome. Hope you're good, buddy.
In the overhead locker or under the seat in front of you.
While we're on this epic journey, it's important you obey all crew member instructions, placards, and illuminated signs.
If a seatbelt sign lights up, return to your seat, fasten your seatbelt.
Seatbelts fit low and tight across your hips. Keep them on throughout the flight. If you need to get up, simply
I know,
use the
Dan.
lever like so.
Very proud.
If an emergency were to happen during takeoff or landing, tighten your seatbelts and adopt the recommended brace position. Place your
Down
forehead on the
0.3.
seat in front, put your feet back and firmly on the floor, and hold your lower legs. In Business Premier, sit upright, put your hands on your thighs and feet firmly on the floor.
Tāne Mahuta is the guardian who breathed life into the world and gave us
Speedbird 004, make check.
including the very air we breathe.
Readability 5.
Copy that. Speedbird 004, engine start at stand.
Place it over
I don't know what that stand is, it's whatever one it is.
Wherever you are seated, oxygen will flow through the mask. Breathe normally. Make sure your own mask is fitted before assisting others.
Waterford traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima's taxiing stand 6 to Whole Point Charlie, runway 18.
Tangaroa is the guardian that gives us our oceans, lakes and rivers.
Your life jacket is within easy reach. It's under your seat. They're easy to fasten sitting down. Just rip back the tag, place it over your head, clip the straps together and tighten. Only pull on the red tab to inflate after you've exited the aircraft.
We've got life jackets for everyone, even infants.
Got a bit of power going.
Key that it's important to only take what you need and to put your first catch back.
Bit more power.
Papatua Nuku is our mother.
Weird.
Earth. She's the sand and ice, the fields and mountains. She is
Oh
the
my
ground
goodness.
under our feet.
Fenix, every time with that, the chocks, I always forget. That's my fault.
Smoking and vaping are not permitted anywhere on this flight, including the lavatories. Charging e-cigarettes is
Oh,
also
Dan,
prohibited.
I've not used it in a while, to be fair, but yeah, still got it.
Shows us the way home. His stars guide us and
That's
connect
Sim
us
Radio.
to those who came before us and those who will come after us.
If we need to evacuate the aircraft, emergency escape path lighting will show you the way to the exit. Lightweight handheld electronic devices can be used at any time, but must be switched to flight mode first. And remember, cellular functions must remain off at all times.
Stow larger items in the overhead locker or in a bag underneath the seat in front. If you lose your device in the seat, please call your flight attendant for
Ethan
help.
says, is there a way
For
to do
more
turnarounds
information,
in this
have a look at the
737 without
safety
having
card
to
in the seat
restart every
pocket in front
time?
of you. Or
I've
ask
done
your flight
quite a few
attendant.
turnarounds in the 737 and never once had to restart the flight. So it all depends on how you plan your flights and how you're turning around, because it may well be you're doing something a little wrong.
Thank you for travelling with Aotearoa
Pretty much,
Air
Ethan,
New
yeah.
Zealand on this wakarererangi.
We invite all of you to join Te Aki's quest to care for the people, places and culture of Aotearoa.
Te Aki is still out there, caring for our guardians, showing us the way.
A flying waka reel.
Of course they are. They're just a bit more flash these days.
Ah, for goodness sake, I've got to turn first. Rotorua traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima's lining up a backtrack runway 18. Keep saying Air New Zealand, but it's actually just New Zealand. We timed that right though. No, the giveaway is going to stay running until we get to the other side, right, the very final destination of Wellington. Sorry, Christchurch, sorry. We're off to Wellington now though. So takeoff memos no blue. 4,000 initially set for the takeoff on the departure before the left turn, max 180 knots. So we'll have flaps 1 out for the left turn initially outbound, and then we're going to head south. Someone's got an open mic. Actually, it's a giveaway for the NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator.
Four stands in the shot.
Ah, Liam, you've got an open mic.
You did not see a thing. Turn
Open mic, Liam. God.
Overall, flap's going to be down at 10. It's going to be very dark out here today.
I don't know how else to contact him. God, we're going to have an open mic for the next 6 hours. He's still going. There we go. Oh no. Yeah, there we go. Thank God he didn't say anything contentious. Ethan says, oh, if I win, I'd like to hand it to someone else as I don't fly in New Zealand. Now that is a problem because you are missing out on one of the most spectacular countries in flight sim. He's still got open mic. Yeah, definitely keep it polite with the open mic. I will get in trouble.
Rotorua traffic, Osprey 490 engine start.
I just need a little reset. Oh, for goodness sake. I'm so bad at steering with the tiller in this thing. Yeah, just through open mic, not actually making the noise. Oh. Reset the rudder trim. Rotorua traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima's taking off, runway 18. Dotra 4 Papa departure with SUDAM transition, Rotorua traffic. So, stick forwards, 40%, holding the brakes. Flex, SRS.
I think it's throat.
It sounds alright now. It might just got stuck. 80 knots. Take that nose wheel pressure off. So we did a call Mateo for backtrack. V1, rotate. Right.
Speedbird 09 for backtracking up runway 18.
Right, that's as childish as you'll ever hear me. Anyway. Outbound, right turn. Over the lake. Away we go. So gears up, leave a climb. Oh dear. Andy, yeah, don't intercept me, please. Look at that. We dive into here and we go to this view. Oh, there's Rotorua.
Disregard last, I will not be backtracking up runway 08. My engines have decided to be absolute arseholes and have turned themselves off.
Very turbulent.
Your last.
Yeah, the engine's turned off.
So holding 180 knots, we've still got flaps 1, level at 4,000. We're stopped for the Totra.
Correction Delta.
So we could go back to managed mode. We go to 220. Altitude constraint in place and a speed constraint. iFly says any plans on reviewing the Mumbai scenery from any scene? At some point, yeah, maybe. It'll be probably next week. But yeah, I do want to fly around India again. Mumbai is quite nice. So we're literally flying at 4,000 feet for the time being.
Traffic, Osprey 490 will be holding on Delta for the landing traffic for backtrack.
Keep smashing the like button while you're here, folks. Look at that. It's just spectacular, isn't it? We go to this side. Oh, New Zealand. If you want to enter the giveaway today, and you've not yet entered, you'll be within a chance with it to win a copy of the NZA Simulations Christchurch Airport scenery, which we released last week for Microsoft Flight Simulator. All you've got to do in the live chat today is answer one question correctly after you've subscribed to the channel. So, that question is this. What is the Maori phrase for an informal hello or thank you or goodbye in New Zealand? It's 2 words, as a bit of a clue. And yeah, if you guys don't fly around New Zealand in the sim, it is one of the most spectacular places to fly. It is just really nice. Very bumpy. That was interesting because we got a significant updraft from this hill as we were passing over it.
Do I still have an open mic or not?
Look at that.
No open mic right now.
Oh.
Right now, because I'm pressing my push talk. I'm not getting it.
And into the climb. My goodness, how scenic is this? Fritz, hello. This one is 45 minutes. Matteo, so you only answer once, folks.
Rotorua traffic, Skyway 6105, 3 miles per hour, runway 18, Rotorua.
Flaps up, disarm the spoilers. What have we got? There we go. Lovely. Yeah, if you don't fly around New Zealand, you're missing out. This is World Update's photogrammetry as well. We've removed the Orbex New Zealand mesh for this. For those of you who fly UK, yeah, there's the Topa Skyops around here. We've also, for Osprey Airways, we've got a New Zealand tour. As Joey's saying, though, when that ATR comes, this region, or the country, is just going to be spectacular to explore. You know, legs like this, yeah, flights and routes that we're doing like this today out of Rotorua. Could you imagine that departure in an ATR? It'd be so good. Look at the views. Morning, doorman. Hello to you.
Feedback to the airport after landing aircraft. We're going to be backtracking up runway 18. Hopefully, if any engines do not shut down.
It got delayed, Matteo. I think now, is it April? At some point in April we can expect a release for it. 100% Dan. New Zealand, Japan, South Africa actually. I haven't really done too many South Africas. In fact, we do. There's a route inside our Discord server that Ashley suggested a little while ago that we probably do need to fly, and it was a Comair, British Airways Comair livery route, which would be quite cool. Okay, heading south. 220.
Rotorua traffic, Southwest 105, 0 runway 18.
Is it going to swivel to backtrack up the link 18?
Devins, it's just a question. Yesterday I was flying on VATSIM and the centre controller told me to announce my position. Could you tell me how to find that out? Yes. In fact, I've done a specific tutorial video just for that, Devins. So have a look at my VATSIM tutorials playlist. I think it's episode 6 or 5. It's one of them anyway, after takeoff. But if we were to announce our position now to Auckland Centre, it would be Auckland Centre, New Zealand 233 Lima. Actually, I'll wait because we're about to go to transition level. And then I'll do it as a flight level instead. So let's go to that. There we go. There we are. So, Auckland Centre, New Zealand 233 Lima, inbound chute, flight level 135. Climbing flight level 200. So we say we're call sign, inbound chute, next waypoint, and our altitude. If we're just at cruise, say for example our cruise today is flight level 200, it would just be inbound chute flight level 200, and they could kind of find us then on the radar. If they then tell you to squawk ident, they give you a squawk code of, I don't know, 1234. You punch it in. If they then say squawk ident, you press the little button there and it will ping up on the radar for him. But you only press that if they tell you to squawk ident. Most of the time they don't need that. They'll just tell you that they've got radar contact or identified. Those two used to really enjoy the Dash 8 in FSX for quite some time. Looking forward to the ATR for some turbo prop ops in MSFS. Richard, good morning. How are you doing? Welcome to New Zealand, kia ora. What have we got? So chute, top climb, TARUA, Ruahi, Apiti, and DOGAD after Limpa. Very good, thanks, Richard. It says there's practically nothing on VATSIM ATC. Wow. Practically nothing on. Just Prague and 3 Tower. Wow. Very empty. There we are, we're at cruise. Lovely job. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Do hit subscribe down below. Don't forget as well to give us a little like. And if you've not yet entered the giveaway, you've got to subscribe to enter, to have an eligible entry. Make sure you enter by entering your answer into the live chat. Today's question: what is the Maori phrase for an informal hello in New Zealand? QNH 1010 inbound to Wellington, the PT's there, so we've got a little, slightly longer route here today. All the blue is water. Look at that. That is remarkable photogrammetry. 93, it's okay for me to be fair. Seems okay. It's not the Singer Jeep. What we got? Let's say for this one. Pesky shadows. Make sure you only answer once. Devin says it was just confusing me because other pilots were saying they were, for example, flying 2.5 miles northeast of an airport. When I told the controller my next waypoint, he told me he wanted a VOR. Were you flying IFR, Devin, or were you flying VFR? Aldrew, I have now, thank you. So the ones from the first leg, it won't let me update to the second leg on Volanta, annoyingly. But I've got 5 screenshots for you going up now. They are stunning. Off in the distance over there, Napier. Great airport, and Hastings as well. You can get scenery for, I think, both of those in the sim. Palmerston North will be flying directly over that. That I think is in the sim as well. On flightsim.to potentially. New Zealand primarily is quite well covered with scenery. Dare I say it's, if anything, the most complete country in the entirety of Microsoft Flight Simulator now. Perhaps having problems connecting to vPilot. Check your server, maybe change your server. Devin says you're flying IFR. Interesting. Were you at cruise or were you flying somewhere else? Were you flying sort of lower altitude near to final? Because you might be told you know, to specify a VOR that you're inbound, so then you'll just have to tune to one nearby and then try and get a bearing off it and a rough distance. Oh, Rab. Interesting. I don't know. Graham says trouble driving to this part of the world right now because of all the floods. Yeah, they were battered, weren't they, with some floods early last month, I believe. Basically, Devin, all you want to do is find a VOR that you're flying into near to Boston or whatever else. Find that VOR and then just get a bearing off it. So you get distance from the VOR. You could say you're either north, east, south or west. Get as close as you can to one of those bearings. Just say, like, for example, 20 track miles north of the Charleston VOR or whatever it might be. Landing weight estimated 62.6. Oof. There we are. Medium auto brake, max reverse. Oh, Miguel, epic. Auckland got an absolute butter into Queenstown a couple of days ago, minus 110 foot per minute, that's really good. We are using Air New Zealand, Lachlan. Brad, here's a question for you. Are you on the stable or are you on the beta version of V-Pilot? And also, are you using, what sort of call sign are you using? Philip wants a view of the right wing. Good evening to you, Philip. Of course you can. That one? Oh, look at that, the mountain. Stable. So try, Rab, to go into the settings and go to the beta version of V-Pilot, see if that helps. Maybe check your call sign as well. Maybe it'll be that you can't connect because someone is using another call, like your call sign that you're using, perhaps. Got to try and get a much better touchdown into Wellington. So far we've got 58 entries into the giveaway. Andy says, I did quite a bit of walking around that part of New Zealand. It's awesome. You understand why a lot of the Lord of the Rings was filmed there when you walk around there. I've heard they're looking at bringing Lord of the Rings back again for another one. Yep, said apparently it's a split in the community. Ooh. What is? I might have missed an earlier comment. Or is it, you referencing the VOR stuff with Boston Centre? Mount Taranaki, where I'm originally from, Carl says, where The Last Samurai was filmed, as it was a close comparison to Mount Fuji. Very nice. Ron, no icing. It's just the glare off the sun of the wing. Good stuff, Rab. Good. Someone's got an open mic again. I can't hear it, thankfully. Hello, Centuria. Good morning to you. Welcome. Look at that. That's some good photogrammetry, isn't it? For New Zealand's World Update. This is being fed in from the MSFS World Updates servers. Philip saying that's Mount Ruapehu. If you look further to the right, you've got Mount Ngoro, which was enhanced to be Mount Doom in Lord of the Rings. Wow. Brian's loving the Antonov 225. Good to hear. She's a beast. She's a handful as well, isn't she? Devin, have a great flight. Ian, good evening. Mathis, yeah, it's a little stilted, isn't it, in the PMTG, the wing flex, but I don't mind it. Jocks, I am connected to VATSIM, yes. Yeah, I'm the same, Richard. But you know, ever since I can remember, it's been a dream to eventually go to New Zealand. It's just so far and costs so much. That's the kind of sticking point, really. That town there, or city, is Palmerston North. There's an airfield there, Palmerston North Airport, NZPM. And then just over there somewhere, Wellington awaits. Zard says I've got one big 154 headed our way into Wellington. Andy says Muriel scares me. I did enjoy it yesterday, I have to say. I did enjoy it yesterday. I don't know, to be honest, Dan. Look at that for photogrammetry. Alberta says, believe me when I say that the south of Chile is just as amazing as New Zealand, if not more so. Kevin says, New Zealand is gorgeous, but it's so insanely expensive, even from Australia. Like 2 weeks in New Zealand, in the touristy areas, is a month in Southeast Asia cost-wise. My goodness. I'll probably never ever go to New Zealand if it's that expensive. Could never afford it. Dorman says, okay, that's it. I'm flying in New Zealand tonight. Look at that. So we uninstalled, there's Palmerston North Airport. Again, be good for some ATR ops. We uninstalled the Orbex New Zealand mesh for today because I wanted to see how it feeds in all the data itself. With its own SOBO photogrammetry improvements. It is closer to England, to be fair, Alberta. Yes, much closer to the UK. Yeah, the old GoPro camera view. Can't beat it, can you? Look at that. Airdog says, personally I'm moving to Australia soon, that's been my dream and I'm in literal love with New Zealand who have very good taste. I was toying with the idea of moving to Australia, Perth specifically. There were some jobs that a few of us were being sort of teed up or poached for in Western Australia. So Perth being obviously the main city there. But it's such a gamble having, you know, moving to somewhere I've never been that we couldn't really kind of justify all the costs. It was about £1,500 just for the visa, which they weren't going to cover. Colonel says, just come visit Detroit, it's much more affordable. To be fair, I've not been to the States for quite a few years either, and I miss San Diego actually, specifically. Very nice indeed. I do miss a bit of Boston too, but San Diego kind of resonated with me really well. Dad says, this is the beauty of flight sim. We can go anywhere we want. I'll never visit Grimsby in real life, but I can go there in the sim. Oh dear, yes. So here actually, to answer the question about the VORs, we auto-tuned to the Palmerston North VOR. So if we were in the States and we got asked to give a fix from it, we would say that we are flight level 200, 15 miles south of Palmerston North, and that's it. Top of descent in 20 miles, so all the brakes set. We won't arm the speed brake just yet in case we need it, in case we want to use it, and we briefed the approach as well. But as a bit of a refresher, we're flying in over DOGAD, Whiskey November 406, Ladit Emrup, Turak, Rongo, max 220, and we're going to turn inbound to Umaga, maximum 190 knots, 2,000 feet, ILS approach. Bingo. So we want to check RadNav page, IMP, 3-letter codes, that's work, 1099, course of 340 matches, and a slope -3. And then we've got the Wellington VORs now tuned 1123, that's good. ADF for the missed approach was Newlands, so 358. We'll tune that in as well, just in case. We'll use ADF 2 for that one. And our perf page is complete for the approach as well. There we go, except for minimums, which is 300. All flat config for arrival. That looks a bit better. Richard says, Luke, if you end up in the US again, come to New York or Tennessee, we can go repo some aeroplanes. That sounds great. Let's go manage mode just before we hit top of descent. We give that aeroplane enough time just to get the nose down, reduce the thrust, and get into the descent there. Fritz has got my espresso. It's loading passengers in Wellington. Kevin says, Australia's expensive, our internet is third world, and we have so many bogans, chavs especially. I would love to go there though. I would love to visit, and I think it's maybe the mystery of it being so far away. Certainly New Zealand as well. We see the beauty of it in a lot of pictures and things. We never really hear negative things about both countries. It just sounds spectacular. I would absolutely love it. Company message. Delay requested. Bugger off. Yeah, hello. Steve. Kevin says, the best part of you Brits dumping us on this island all those years ago was it's a bloody nice island. I can imagine. It looks great. It is a bucket list destination for me. I do really want to fly there one day. Ian's saying, to be fair, you moved to Western Australia and Perth for the lifestyle. Look at that. In fact, we go to 7? Oh, 8. Oh, yes. There's the descent money shot. I know, Rab. Yeah, I'll be in big trouble if I'm late.
Ladies and gentlemen, in preparation for landing, please make sure all electronic devices...
Be like, I told you 4 o'clock. I'm sorry. Beluga, hello. So have a look at your data in your settings, Beluga. It may well be that your SIM is taking all your bandwidth, so you might need to restrict the bandwidth that the SIM uses in the settings of the SIM.
Cabin crew, prepare cabin for arrival, please.
Ian, I was actually pricing up flights the other day. Various cabins. It was £14,000 return to fly to Perth in business class each, and obviously I'd need to take the missus as well. And then it was £7,000 return. Oh no, in total. Sorry, in total. Was it in total? Yeah, it must have been. Look at that. I mean, you know what? If the sim ever looked realistic, my God, this is the best photogrammetry you've ever seen. Little bits of scenery popping there as it's loading, because it's feeding it in from the server and trying to load it into the sim, but my God, it's just spectacular. Look at the valley. Dan, just because of the distance, but then I was looking at the, I looked at economy, and it was £7,000 in total for both of us to go in economy, and I thought, in economy to spend £7,000 just for return flights? Absolutely not. No way. Hey, you know, do you remember years ago, was it Flight Sim X? They said, as real as it gets. How's that? Looks pretty good, doesn't it? In fact, to be fair, if we go back into the flight deck view, how is that? Richard, all the best. Hope she's well. Through 10. My Tobii eye tracker cannot be used any longer today. It has actually fallen off my screen. It's the only thing with that. I've noticed it doesn't stick well. Even though I've wiped all my things, you know, wiped it with alcohol wipe and things to make sure that it's all good, it's now finally given up the stickiness. Yeah, that's not sticky at all. That's rubbish. Oh well, we'll have to go old school. Right click. Well, yeah, 7K will get me finishing my private pilot's license. Dan, is that return? Or is that each way? And per person, I assume? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Emirates. I find them an airline stuck in the year 2000 still, so... I did, David, yeah. Yeah, it's the second one I've mounted now, and it's the second one that's fallen off. Wiped with alcohol wipe, just left without the tracker mounted on it, so just left to bind to the thing on top. Still shows as active, Dr. Stream. Exactly, Mike. It sounds silly, but the prices almost make it worth going in business class, because for two people going end of April to Perth, £2,800 return per person. Yes, it's about £7,000. Plus, if I'm sitting in economy in an Emirates A380, the A380 is great, but they cram an extra 100 people into their A380, and I find it ridiculous. We're not cattle. So I'd rather fly BA or Qatar via Doha, BA via Singapore. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima is inbound Rongo for the ILS approach 34 via Ramaga. Will report turning final. Currently 25 track miles south of the field. Wellington traffic. Get some spoilers out. Yeah, Mike, it's a long way. But the thing is, for £1,000 more, you can fly direct with Qantas. So you kind of almost worth. It's almost worthwhile actually just flying and paying the extra to go direct without the extra layover and things. So go full flap. That's interesting. MCDU went a bit haywire there. I also don't want to be accelerating. Seems to be struggling here actually to be just on profile. 9 miles, speed's 220, gear extension. Within limits. Gear down. I need drag basically.
2,500.
My goodness, look at the contrast. I can barely see the flight deck. Here we go. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima is final ILS. Runway 34, 8 miles, Wellington traffic. .160 till 4, we'll keep that for a little while. Alex, yeah, still always getting those weird quirks, sadly. 4,000. Yeah, still getting a lot of quirks, so I can't really get it, to be honest. Hopefully, again, we're gonna reverse with. We're gonna slow down using reverse thrust again. Same keybinds as every other aeroplane, also the same ones that they've said work with the Fenix, and the systems are calibrated too in the aeroplane. But we'll see if we get reverse idle or reverse full, and it's a bit of a gamble, to be honest. We've already done one landing into Rotorua, and I commanded for a full reverse, but I only got reverse idle. Last time we flew the Fenix, I had one reverse go to full and one reverse go to idle, which then almost took the aeroplane out of stability. So luckily we noticed as it was developing and we managed to just close it off. Here we go. The last one was an absolute Ryanair. So what do you reckon this touchdown rating is going to be, folks? Pop it in the live chat. Best guess. Controls visualizer. And so I tried both. I've got reverse toggle and I've got decreased thrust, decreased throttle. So it pulls it into idle initially and then it feeds it into full reverse. Like every other aeroplane, to be fair. It does have a reputation, old Drew. Not a good one. And fly the last little bit. 30, look at that headwind very quickly. 30 knots, but very variable, just gusting between 20 to 30, which can make this quite unstable. And we're also just realised we're still doing 160, so let's just bring that speed off. It is a very short runway, as Doc has said.
500.
We've just lost 10 knots of wind, and it's kind of just made us sink a tad, so just using pitch to stay on the profile. My goodness. It's literally gusting between 20 to 35 knots.
$100, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard. 5.
Okay, reverse idle again, manual brakes. So I'm actually asking it to do full reverse. I'm trying to be a bit smoother on the brakes this time, so we don't begin to overheat them. We'll come off at Alpha 2 right at the bottom. Yeah, you know, I was almost very close to going around because we passed the touchdown zone. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 233 Lima's vacated on Alpha, taxiing to gate 13. No worries, Andrew. Very early for you guys in the States, I appreciate that.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated with your seatbelts securely fastened until this aircraft has come to a complete stop and the seatbelt sign has been switched off. When preparing to disembark,
touchdown rating then 248. Touchdown zone. Oh, that's that crash you heard just then. Potentially was the Toby eye tracker completely falling off. Wow, that's an absolute float. One bounce apparently, but I don't understand how. Don't remember there being a bounce.
It has been a pleasure having you aboard. Take care, have a great day, and thank you for
Let's just put that there. So I have got a toggle. Let's just try it again. So full reverse, still full reverse, just idle. Same keybind, full reverse. Nope. Same keybind. Full reverse. Now it gives it us. Doesn't make any sense. That, for me, is the most frustrating part of using the Fenix. Oh, I can't use 13 because there's a ruddy static in the way. 15. Where is gate 15? Oh right, it's right at the end. There we go. Next to that Osprey, although they might be there actually. So I have to see if gate 16 was an option, because I can see that in the distance, so just change the gates.
Super Jerry, 4 was traffic control for wrong road.
There we go. Dan, it's more of a click spot button. Let's get 16. That's 15. There's a static there. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's 15. Well, I'll use gate 16. Lee, hello to you. Can we fly to Singapore? Absolutely, we will do at some point. It's been a little while, I think, since we've been to Singapore, Changi. Matteo, yes, this is a Payware scenery. This one is Flightbeam Studios again. This is their Wellington airport scenery. It's very nice. Bring that speed down a little bit. We come to a stop for some reason, so let's just get a bit of power in.
traffic 458 west the point turning left to intercept the UMAG on to establish an upcoming on runway 34 Wellington traffic.
1 0. I'll be disappointed if we don't get Gangnam Style Dance. No, just the bow. Yeah, just the bow. Ow. Boo. KW doesn't like the Boeing 737, but Andrew, much like me actually, I prefer the Boeing because of its level of complexity. For simming, it's perfect. It's very good.
Requested.
Welcome to Wellington. Andy, yeah, it's so weird, isn't it? Okay, thank you, drone camera. Got one final, I think. KW, you just have to answer the question correctly once in the live chat. And if you've subscribed, Nightbot will register the entry if it's the correct answer. AJ Finani, that's interesting, I did not know that. So why does most of Wellington not have rats? That's the question, KW. It's in the live chat every now and again. Nightbot has putting the question in for people to see. But effectively, the question is this: what is the Maori phrase for an informal hello in New Zealand?
Local traffic, taxi on Bravo towards runway 34.
Snakes eat them. Oh God. I think my other half would struggle with all of the snakes and tarantulas and death things. Right, so that's there. So we need to now put in our next flight plan route. Again, altitude to 20,000. We've got a few flying in on final, so we're looking out for them.
Thanks for traffic. What's the car? Inbound runway 34. Thanks for traffic. Speedbird 09 to traffic and be turning onto sign-off approach for the ILS.
Generate that sim brief flight plan. We've got one now just coming into view in the distance, centre of the screen on final. Flight level 200, deep within flight planning here, bear with me. Plausible, what's the link for the music? It's in the description, it's Epidemic Sound.
Osprey, sorry, Speedbird 094 to the Osprey on final, be advised, I'm quite sure you just jumped the whole star. I went straight onto the final approach.
Another one. One after the next coming in. Reese saying, how do you do the announcements? It's literally the Luke Air tool. When am I announcing the winner, KW? When we arrive into Christchurch. Oh look, there's a little Cessna 152 on the hold point.
Holding short 3-4 for arriving traffic.
Ah. Oh. Whoa. Early. Just got away with that.
I can be out of here before then. The Cessna 152 departing runway 34. I'll make it quick.
Yeah, roger.
You might want to Speedbird 094, it's going to be on a 6 mile flight.
Oh, wrong button. Now I've messed up. Well, you should be able to still see us at the stream, folks. Zoom, he's away.
Cessna 152 clear of runway 34.
Ooh, that photogrammetry's messy. Up he goes. Away he goes. Just reset the camera. Hopefully it's back again anyway. Hopefully it's working for those of you who have seen a slight lag issue there. Or what if it's the YouTube server? Oh, they look very close. Whoever's number 2, you would definitely want to be flying as slow as you can. Because there's one. Where'd he go? He's in the cloud. Martin, hello to you. Oh, there he is. Look at that. That's very close. Maybe we could do a land after. Tata says that was me in the CRJ, and boy, that plane is unresponsive.
Wellington traffic, New Zealand to Papua Lima Flight 9 miles.
Oh yes, because you're in the Tupolev, aren't you, Zato? Oh, it's touchdown. No, we want to begin boarding immediately.
Boarding requested. Passenger boarding started.
Seatbelt for vacated zones included.
Oh, Liam got off. Let's see if I can get a good screenshot here.
Seatbelt for vacation Alpha 4, taxiing down Alpha
Here we go.
to gate 4.
Bingo, got it. Very nice. Little 37600 again.
New Zealand to Papua Lima 5 mile final, runway 3.
We have one more final. Wow. Five-mile final, which should give us a little while to load in our new flight. Yeah, 737-900, Liam, you're in, aren't you?
Knots ready, 490 is clear of runway 34.
Elysian 261. He's there on final. Our Simbrief flight plan as well, folks, looks like this. It's another flow widget. Heading out to SABDA, Yankee 622 to MESIX, MESIX 7 Alpha. So again, out the star, one waypoint, two waypoints into this. Out the SID, two waypoints later, we'll be into the star. How much is this scenery, Scottish is asking? I can't remember off the top of my head. It's Flightbeam Studios that's created it, and I think it may still be on sale for the World Update release for at least a day or so. So it's worth having a little look, because it might be discounted by a third or something off. I'm going to suggest maybe like £15. Oh, great touchdown. It's a really nice scenery. Fritz says buy the bundle. Is that Auckland and Wellington then included? We got another one. Epic. So one more final, 5 miles. So we've got another few minutes just to continue with some in-flight or pre-flight data planning. 4:24 Zulu in here now. We just have to change the time because we've wound the time back. 4:55. It's a bit better. Mass and balance. Load aircraft. We'll do instant because we're using GSX instead to load all the passengers and the cargo. So it gives us our weights: 58.8, 31. Gross weight 62.6, 29.9.
Wellington traffic, citation Bravo Hotel, short finals, Wellington Pass.
Can't see him yet. There's two. Whoops, just purchased Mount Cook Airport 2. Now that's a spectacular approach. Ah, there he is. Ah, I think it's RAB. KW, I've already mentioned when we get to Christchurch. Engines off at Christchurch. No, spelling the spelling matters, but the cases don't.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Cameron, and I'm your flight service manager. On behalf of your captain, First Officer Andy Pettigrew, I'd like to welcome you aboard the New Zealand service. In New Zealand is proud to be part of the Star Alliance network.
Mikhail's landing at Christchurch in 10 minutes, so you're definitely going to beat us there, Mikhail. We're about 35 minutes away, I think. 40 minutes away. Patrick says, can you file another flight plan in vPilot without disconnecting from VATSIM? Yes. You have to be on the ground for a little while first. Oh, that looked very good.
We're just waiting for some final paperwork.
Sync final load sheet.
So in the meantime, just make yourself comfortable and once again...
Get the weather. 010 at 15 now, gusting 35. So, my God, V1 really that low? What's that gross weight? 62. We're a ton heavier. Oh, hold on. Runway 34. David, thank you, buddy. Thanks for flying along. Have a good day. There, that looks better, doesn't it? So 128, 135, 135, 1030s across the board. We've got flaps 1 down 0.3 THS and then flex 62 degrees. There we go. That'll do. Flaps 1.
Wellington traffic entering left downwind runway 34. Wellington traffic.
Boarding complete. So we're going to be doing upload 1 Romeo RMP departure. Runway 34 SABDA transition. Then we're going to be on the MESIX 7 Alpha into Christchurch, expecting ILS 02. Okay, so down here, wind data uplink is already complete. 128, 135, 135, 1030.
Wellington traffic, left base, runway 34, Wellington traffic.
Cool. We'll spot him when he turns final. 62. Flaps 1 down 0.3. Zero fuel weight, 58.8. Center of gravity 31. Block fuel is going to be 3.8. That's very light. Oh, that makes sense. Because we don't have an alternate.
Cessna 152, short final, runway 34.
SABDA. Where's the little plane? What are the runway numbers for KW Airlines? As in runway 34 and runway 18, that sort of thing. Runway 02. That's the direction of the heading that the runway is in. So if we're lined up on the threshold to 34 and we're pointing up the runway to the 34, we should see the compass around the bearing of 340 degrees-ish. But magnetic variation usually changes that, so runway 34 might have an actual heading of 337 instead. So you have to check the charts, which we will have a look at in a mo. Wing. And he's stopped already. Let's continue with the pre-flight. We may as well put NZCH in as well.
Wellington traffic, clear runway 34.
We should have been, you can do it! 050 at 7, variable between 010 degrees and 080 degrees, QNH 1006, variable wind 320 at 17 knots, as well at Christchurch. Here at Wellington, the METAR is 010 degrees at 15, variable 010 at 30 knots gusting, broken 1800, 18 degrees Celsius, QNH 1010. Let's probably put that on 1010 as well, shall we? Be a good boy. Arrival, ILS 02. MESIX 7 Alpha is the one we want. With no via. Upload, NChem, Larox, Jonah, SABDA. 5200, and then MESIX for the arrival, Cabgo, Gukam, Gompi, Albad, final approach. So we want to have a look at these to make sure it's all fine on the charts. So departing Wellington, runway 34, heading northbound over the lake, over the wharf. Not really a lake as it's more of a bay. Up to Eppled, then a sweeping left turn 180 degrees back on ourselves to head southbound towards the South Island at SABDA transition. From there, one waypoint later, I think, or two waypoints later, we're into MESIX at or above 11,000. The MESIX 7 Alpha Star for runway 02 into NZA Simulations Christchurch. Cabgo descending through to Gukam, Gompi and Albad, as we can see on the MCDU there. Gompi max 210 knots, at or above 3,000, and then Albad says on the MCDU 2,773 feet. So we want to have a look at the approach as well. So ILS 02 transitions via final. From Albad, which is there, we want to be at 2,000 feet. So we can go ahead and change Albad in the MCDU to just 2000. Insert. We'll see how that changes the data. There we go. That looks much better. Performance page is complete. Once we get to cruise, we'll quickly do the descent data as well. But in fairness, actually, we could probably do that now. Christchurch 050 at 7. Temperature 18. No standby. 17 QNH 1016. Oh my god. And it's 1006 QNH. I think we're there. That's all done. Boarding's complete. We've done our takeoff performance. We can worry about landing data when we get towards Christchurch. The estimated landing weight is 60.6 tonne. We could even do a flap 3 arrival according to that. Let's do it. We'll do a flap 3 config for final approach, the last one. Ian says, I can't get the GPU to disconnect, it's just stuck on release. Any ideas? Have you tried just toggling it? We've got to disconnect from VATSIM briefly and change our call sign. 261. Landing rate monitor needs a refresh. Route plan. Fetch from sim brief. Fetch from server. Make sure Volanta is done as well. Wellington to Christchurch. Lovely jabbly. Get rid of the chocks and cones. Let's prep for pushback with GSX. Ian, I don't know what to suggest then. Let's go to pause the music, and we want the safety demo again. I think Navigraph's still on your screen as well, so let me get rid of that. Infinity Gaming, hello, new in Sims, but any major difference between the Flyby A320X versus the Fenix A320? Nothing major. They're effectively the same aeroplane, but with different engines, different efficiency. One's payware though, Fenix is payware of course, Flyby's freeware. Fenix you'd argue is more complete because it's a complete product. But again then the question therefore is, what's your budget? Start the safety demo.
Flight attendants, arm your doors. Hello everyone.
Wellington traffic, New Zealand 261, stand 16. Push and start.
Cameras must now be switched off. If you have a mobile phone or PDA, activate the flight mode and then turn your device off. If your particular model is not equipped with the flight mode setting, it must be switched off and remain off for the duration of the flight. Flight attendants, check all doors closed. Flight attendants, go to your safety demonstration position. Ladies and gentlemen, shortly we'll show a safety video about this aircraft. You will also find a safety briefing card in your seat pocket. Please watch the video and read your card so you're familiar with the safety procedures.
Beaver 04, Wellington traffic, pushing back from...
Oh, I didn't know someone was pushing back there.
Please watch the safety demonstration.
Sorry, that's going to be done to the 5.
Specific to this aircraft.
Oh, hold on.
First, make sure
Did I select nose left or nose right?
Safely stowed, either in the overhead lockers or under the seat in front of you.
Right facing west.
Whenever the seatbelt signs are switched on, return to your seat and do
Oh, no, we're turning.
Ensure it's tight and fits.
I might crash into whoever that is.
You are advised to keep your seatbelt fastened when seated during the flight. To release the seatbelt.
This is a GSX default profile, and it's obviously just buggered it up entirely, but hey ho.
Wellington traffic, Osprey 8306, stand 72 November, pushing back facing east.
Place the mask over your nose and mouth and adjust.
Stop here and complete the pushback process.
And make sure you're
That'll do.
Please sit parking brake.
And that way we don't crash.
For a good engine start.
Tihei Mauriora, welcome to our world. I am going to tell you the story of Chiaki. Chiaki connects us to care for our people, our place, to our Chiaki knew that we don't inherit the earth from our ancestors.
Oh, Fritz, yeah, could be. Might be worth, that's a good shout, checking the GPU for the restart QATL with GSX, as Martin said. Ian.
Kia ora and welcome aboard this Air New Zealand flight. Just like Tiaki, Air New Zealand has made a promise to help care for our people, places and
That's
culture.
1+ air, forward brake, max, arm spoilers.
Canoe in the sky.
Tiaki also knew that caring for Aotearoa isn't something you
1+
can
F,
do alone.
green.
All loose items should be stowed in the overhead
Pick up
locker
my
under the
mouse.
seat in
Tugs
front of
clearing
you.
away.
While we're on this epic journey, it's
Wait for the
important
flag.
you obey all crew member instructions, placards, and illuminated signs.
If a seatbelt sign lights up, return to your seat and fasten your seatbelt.
Seatbelts fit low and tight across your hips. Keep them on throughout the flight. If you need to get up, simply lift the lever like so.
Wellington traffic, New Zealand 261, taxi to Hull Point Alpha 11, runway 34 via the Eastern Apron, Bravo 7 and Alpha. Wellington
If
traffic.
an emergency were to happen during takeoff or landing, tighten your seatbelts and adopt the recommended race position. Place your forehead on the seat in front, put your feet back and firmly on the floor, and hold your lower legs. In Business Premier, sit upright, put your hands on your thighs and feet firmly on the floor.
Tāne Mahuta is the guardian who breathed life into the world and gave us the wonders of the forest, including the very air we breathe.
Speedbird New Zealand for Wellington traffic, following the Air New Zealand to via Alpha to Holden Point Alpha 11.
Make sure your own mask is fitted before assisting others.
Yeah, you'll find Ian, if you restart QATL or just ignore, maybe close it for this one pushback, you might find that it will just figure itself out.
Tangaroa is the guardian that gives us our oceans, lakes and rivers.
Your life jacket is within easy reach. It's under your seat. They're easy to fasten sitting down. Just rip back the tag, place it over your head.
Hey, classic Osprey Retro 737-600, love it.
Wellington traffic, Osprey 8306, taxiing via Bravo 8, Alpha 1 behind the Air New Zealand A320.
Remember, Tiaki, that it's important to only take what you need and to put your first aid back.
Over 8 is taxiing behind traffic A306 via Bravo Alpha 11 to runway 34
under our
traffic.
Whakapatsuanuku gives us natural steam. Smoking and vaping are not permitted anywhere on this flight, including the lavatories. Charging e-cigarettes is also prohibited.
At night, Ranginui shows us the way home. His stars guide us and connect us to those who came before us and those who will come after us.
If we need to evacuate the aircraft,
Take off memos, no blue, auto brake max.
the way to the exit.
Units 1010, both checked, cross check. Patrick, hello buddy, thank you very much. Welcome. Joining us as a bronze frequent flyer. Great to have you with us. Thanks for joining us a member.
Stow larger items in the overhead locker or in a bag underneath the seat in front. If you lose your device in the seat, please call your flight attendant for help. For more information, have a look at the safety card in the seat pocket in front of you, or ask your flight attendant.
Toi tū te maraia tāngi. Toi tū te maraia tangaroa. Toi tū te tangata.
Thank you for travelling with Ararorangi Air New Zealand on this wakarererangi.
We invite all of you to join Te Aki's quest to care for the people, places and culture of Aotearoa.
Got a trim reset neutral.
Te Aki is still out there, caring for our guardians, showing us the way.
It is, AJ, yeah. Have a look on the actual Air New Zealand YouTube channel, because they've got this actual video on their YouTube. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 261 via Alpha 11 lining up runway 34, taking off Upland 1 Romeo departure, SABDA transition, Wellington traffic.
Speedbird is 4 holding short, Alpha 11.
Last sector, folks. There for 40. Flex, SRS, runway. V1. Rotate. Oh, yes. Positive rate. My goodness, this is turbulent. Gear up. Let's get autopilot 1 engaged now. There's a hill down here, it says Wellington. There it is. Very cool. Cross lever climb. Accelerating away now.
Holding for speed.
Video game says, what sort of peripheral setup have you got on going on at home? So I've got Tobii Eye tracker. And then I've got the Turtle Beach Velocity 1 flight yoke and throttle as well. Beyond that I've got 2 monitors. And then the big one is my Next Level Racing Boeing seat. It is mega. Oh, look at that. Wellington. My God. That's fantastic. Yeah, very awesome seat. This is very turbulent, isn't it? This is very turbulent. It's 40 knot headwind now, gusting, and then it drops off. Jeff says, is the Antonov 225 a one and done for you, or do you see yourself getting back into it at some point? No pressure, just curious. I want to do another flight with it, so I'll probably do something like Kiev, Hostomel, or even Borispil, out to East Midlands when Pyre Devco releases his upcoming scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator at East Midlands Airport. Look at that. Quite spectacular, isn't it?
Speedbird 09 for a mate check.
That's a bit better now, Liam. We can hear you.
I hear you fine.
Read you 5 now, Liam.
The photogrammetry is fantastic. A wind farm down there, look. And they're all slightly rotating at different rates. So they're not synchronized, which is really good to see. Some of them end up synchronized, don't they, in the sim? So, like the ones into Gran Canaria.
Wellington traffic, Osprey 4 Foxtrot, taxi to...
Weird and beastly, Jeff.
Runway 34, holding point Alpha 11, via Alpha and Papa, Wellington traffic.
Beat the turn. Keep smashing the likes, folks, if you're enjoying it today. Hopping New Zealand, beautiful New Zealand, incredible New Zealand. Back over Wellington for a pass over the top of the city. There's that stadium down there. Andrew, that's fine. Work is more important, pays the bills and all that.
Wellington traffic, Osprey,
Just spectacular.
Runway.
But what they've done with this this world update is something I'd never thought I'd see in the sim. The photogrammetry is just epic. Lenny, welcome.
Runway 34 via Alpha 1 and Alpha 11.
This is one of the best places to fly around in the sim. Just spectacular. Breeze, last leg, it's about 40 minutes. It's not long at all, flight time wise. Let's try and get some of these uploaded onto Volanta.
Wellington traffic, I want 148 taxiing the uniform Alpha to runway 34. Wellington traffic, Osprey 2472 is holding at Alpha 10. Wellington traffic.
Wellington traffic, Osprey 8306.
Mikhail says, caution, it's so windy and bumpy on approach to 02, almost got seasick. Wow. Ian reckons he's going to get a depressurization warning this leg. Absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, Japan's spectacular. New Zealand's spectacular. There's a lot of great places. You know where we haven't been, actually? We haven't been to Hong Kong Kai Tak since Asobo created it. So quite a powerful climb out of Wellington. Wellington's right behind the tail down there. You see the strobe lights of some of the guys still lining up. Roar of those engines. QNH in NZCH 1006. Then we go to standard, so we're basically saving ourselves a job for later. And then we've got the South Island ahead of us. There we are. Nelson is down there somewhere. Beautiful little airfields. Look at that. Ooh, a Pan Am A310 flight. That could be quite cool. Old school. Minimums for the approach for us, 323. We can put that in now. Done.
Wellington traffic Osprey 206 airborne 6000 feet for 280.
Yeah, Doc's still got to do that as well, Edinburgh to Rotterdam. There's a big old backlog. Problem is the requests, we will never run out of routes being suggested. That's the thing. We'll just keep getting more and more routes. Freeware. That's awesome. Apparently Liam has overtaken me. Oh no, he's right behind me. Bit close, Liam, for the arrival. One more screenshot left to upload. As the service stops failing. Little rumble away of the engine, yeah, absolutely. There's the coastline. Last chance then to enter the giveaway. Being with a chance to win a copy of NZA Simulations' incredible Christchurch airport scenery for MSFS. One of the nicest sceneries we've ever seen. And if you haven't actually seen the preview video that we did, the preview live stream we did last week before the World Update got released, of Christchurch, then let us know in the live chat because we can go and explore some of those features. In fact, there is, I was just reminded actually, I need to write a big writing on the top of my notes. Piano. There's a piano apparently near the departures lounge doors. We need to go and have a little look at that because we didn't see that last time, we missed it. To enter the giveaway, you've got to make sure you're subscribed to the channel. The terms and conditions for it all are in the description for today's live stream, down in the description below. And you have to answer one question correctly. What is the Maori phrase for an informal hello in New Zealand? you should have to put the answer once in the live chat. If you spam the answer, you put it twice, Nightbot will automatically revoke your entry as ineligible. So only answer one time only. This is a Toba Sky route, Andy. Yes, you're right. Andy's flying around. Other Andy F, is flying around in the H-Jet. Lovely little aircraft by Flight FX. So last time we did this route, we were flying pre-World Update with the NZA mesh. We've uninstalled the New Zealand mesh from Allbex, and we're just streaming the live photogrammetry for the area from Microsoft from the World Update, and look how stunning that is. And we've not really noticed any mountains popping like some people have said that we might get. Not noticed it yet. Oh, I appreciate we haven't gone into the... We haven't flown towards Queenstown into the mountains as such. Yeah, we haven't flown to Milford Sound for a long time actually. Just to double check here to make sure I've got the... It's 80 miles to the top of descent. Quarter brake low, max reverse. Select that for now. Outer tank transfer. Could you imagine back in August 2020? I've said this before as well, but the sim continues to blow my mind sometimes, like today. Imagine back in August 2020, we cast our mind back to that when Microsoft Flight Simulator first got released, and we're flying around in default A320s and default Cessna's 208 Grand Caravans and that sort of thing, and would we have ever thought back then that we would have had a New Zealand World Update with incredibly detailed photogrammetry for free? And we'd be able to fly around and enjoy a sim that looks so realistic and so spectacular with all these complex high fidelity aircraft. And we've not really waited a massive amount of time for some of them, have we? Yeah, we waited a year for the PMDG 737, a year and a half, 2 years for the PMDG 737 from its release, and now look where we are in the sim. We've got all these fantastic aircraft coming soon. The PMDG 777, the PMDG 747 at some point in the next couple of years, the Aerosoft A330, the TFDI Designs MD11, Aerodynamic Simulations Freeware KC10/DC10. Yeah, it's incredible. Yeah, exactly, Andy. Very true. Look at that though, for free photogrammetry. That's spectacular. Yeah, the ATR as well coming soon. We've had that. We've had Muria, the Antonov 225 for mini builds, the Unibuilds A310 as well. We've got, in addition to all the PMDG 737NGs, the Fenix A320, the Flabawa A32NX. We've got coming soon at some point the Unibuilds A300 600F as well that we were discussing yesterday while they were in the live chat with us yesterday for the Antonov flight. And then I think to myself, back in, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, in fact, yeah, over 15 years ago now, Flight Sim 2002, when I was flying that, I would have never ever have thought we would have had a flight sim like this today. Just incredible. Yeah, no plans for them to make a passenger version yet, Alex. I don't think, from what we gathered yesterday, is there. Who knows? So we're flying an ILS, so we'll just check the data. 1099. ICH, 3-letter code, that's all correct. Course of 016 is correct as well. And Christchurch VOR 1153 is tuned into both of those VORs. We can clear the Wellington ADF. Cool, happy days. Now if we have to go around for any reason, it's track 016 degrees to 2.5 DME Christchurch VOR. Then turn right, intercept outbound VOR radial 031 degrees to Mibot, mandatory 4,000 feet, maximum speed 210 knots. 3-degree glide slope, minimums at 323 feet altitude. And we're going to be joining from Ulbad, which is a very short final. For those of you who remembered when we flew in here, similar route actually, in fact it was the same route in the 737-900 before the World Update got released, that preview stream of Christchurch. It's a very short final approach. It was full on in the 737-900. It will be a little bit less stressful in this, because it does a lot of the work for you. I know, Liam, you're very close. You're there. Greg says the only thing that I wish that they purchased, Lamina, is it Lamina Research LR, I assume? The makers of X-Plane, so that they could implemented their physics. I'm quite ignorant to that, so it's perhaps not practical. I don't think they'd ever be able to sell, I don't think Lamina would sell themselves to Microsoft though, because it's kind of a bit of competition, isn't it? But I think a lot of the physics in MSFS now are quite good. A lot of it depends on the ability of the developers. What can the developers of aircraft pull off? Shaquille, they're inside our Discord server, in I think the MSFS add-ons tab, potentially. We shared this morning. So we're going to go auto brake low, we're going to go reverse the touchdown, max reverse, we'll see if it works, probably won't, and flap 3, yes, so. In fact, do I want flap 3? We'll go full flap. Depends on the runway actually as well, we'll look at some exits. Yes, full flap, we might be able to get off at Alpha 4 if we do that right. Cheers, Shaquille. So that actually works out better for us. Low order brake, full flap, max reverse. So we'll leave that as it is. Yeah, I haven't changed that yet. Shaquille, been with us for 7 months now. Thank you for the ongoing support, buddy. That's we've still got full flap config selected there as well, and the RadNav page is ready to go. VORs are both tuned. We've briefed the missed approach. We know which exit we're going to try and get off on at the runway. And I'd say we're about 15 minutes to landing. Brian saying hello. Hello to you as well. Kia ora. The landing rate monitor, is it part of a flow widget or separate app? This is part of... Well, it's a widget you can download via flightsim.to for Flow Pro. So you need the Pro version of Parallel 42's Flow, I think. And then you can add on these custom widgets. So I've got VATSIM ATIS, GSX launcher, landing rate, and then the SimBrief OFP as well, so you can see our routing. Brits, how's the butt kicker with all the turbulence? We've had really, really choppy conditions today, actually, to be fair, as well. And there's VATSIM radio. Not that we've used it very much recently, but that's a great bit of freeware. Winds have changed again now. Christchurch, 1400 Zulu, winds 050 degrees at 5 knots, variable 020 degrees to 090 degrees, all the 9s. No clouds, 17 degrees Celsius for the temperature, dew point 15 degrees Celsius, QNH 1006. Sugarloaf, and then winds reported 310 degrees at 18 knots for gusts, which is crazy. Oops, what percent?
11,000.
Might have to help the aeroplane out here with a little bit of speed brake. 2,000. More drag. Yep, there we go. Spoilers. Zero 50 at 5. Okay. Descent. Lighting Sim, VATSIM radio, it's a pop-up toolbar that you can have inside the sim that shows you all of the different frequencies online on VATSIM, and you can literally click each one, and with it, it will just tune your comms for you. It's really good. Great if you're starting off on VATSIM as well. That's it, messages, wasn't it? It's another delay. You're not getting my delay codes from me today. Back on profile. Hello Delta Tango, welcome. Still got a chance to enter the giveaway for that NZA Simulations Christchurch scenery. Got to answer the question, what is the Maori phrase for an informal hello in beautiful New Zealand? AJ Fanani says, Lamina need to ditch the auto-gen ortho. Austin to bragging they're a GA first sim, having boring scenery at 4,000 feet is killing them. If only they'd partner with an online photogrammetry solution. Well, he's partnered with Swiss as well and done weird random stuff, so I don't know. I don't think X-Plane is as realistic as people want to believe for the airliners. More so maybe general aviation. So that's their focus, but again, it's down to what the developers could do. Each developer, how they can use the coding in the sim to make the aeroplane fly as realistically as possible. Mathis, probably not many, to be totally honest. Although at 8 PM they might be getting up, so you might get some in the mornings on a weekend. 8 PM GMT +1. We've got lights, not required at the moment. Seatbelt signs are all on. Through transition though, so bingo. 1006, standby instruments 1006, 30, 40. Here is Christchurch. Look at that for a view. The market's shrinking massively, Jeff. Actually, put into our Discord server the other day a statistic which blew my mind, and I can't remember who got the statistic. I think it was NZA Simulations. They were talking about the creation of the freeware airports inside the World Update that we've just received for New Zealand. And I think they were talking about how the user base for Microsoft Flight Simulator has now gone as high as, it's like 30 million or something insane. Look at this. There's Christchurch Airport. My God. The photogrammetry is insanely good. This World Update. There's your close-up flight, Tim. It's a bit choppy. This bit's smooth. It's the tape here. It's a little bit jumpy. What we got here, views-wise? Oh my God! Do you know what I just noticed? Yeah, New Zealand lighting in the cabin. That's cool. MPS Gaming, very good, thank you, buddy. Oh, that's 5. So let me just do a quick position report here because we're beamed the field now. Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 261 A320, a beam the field, 30 track miles to go. Inbound for the ILS runway 02 via the MESIX 7 Alpha arrival, currently 8,000 feet, QNH 1006. Inbound Gompy, Christchurch traffic. That's the one. My goodness. Look at this. Incredible views. Yeah, Flight Sim, try and change the cockpit resolution. I went for, in the Fenix app, I go for performance over quality. But I also render my displays via my GPU, not my CPU. If I switched it now to CPU, it would be like a PowerPoint slideshow. There's Christchurch Airport below now, starting to come into view from the passenger point of view on the right hand side. Peter, welcome, buddy. With his gold badge. Been with us for over 2 years as a channel member. I think that means over a year. This Christchurch scenery is some of the best in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Get some flaps one in, get some drag on the airframe right at VNE for those. Correct, Alex. Doesn't matter about the cases. Simon, it's inside the Fenix app. There's a toggleable option. Get some spoilers out. Music's off. Lights, signs. Cabin crew, final call. So I'm going to go to vertical speed mode now. I'm going to go heading mode. Wind's currently 267 at 31. Laps 2. Starting to get gompy. There's the glide slope. God, this is very bumpy.
2,500.
$160. Laps 3. Here we go. Doc says my mic is weird. Is everyone else experiencing weirdness with my microphone? Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 261 is established, ILS 02, 7 miles. Hold on a second.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 8306 is on the downwind for the ILS 02. We will call when we are established.
This is getting absolutely thrown around. A 30 knot crosswind has now literally just pushed us. My goodness. Yup, sounds British to me. 5 miles, full flap, landing memos, no blue. 28 knot crosswind reported here. My goodness. Got a 30 knot crosswind left to right on 4 mile final for information of those behind. What's the touchdown rating, folks? Actually, with that crosswind as well. 133. I'm going to add 5 knots manually here.
Seabird 004, right turn onto tail for runway 3.
Because if that wind drops off, or it flicks into a tailwind or a headwind or whatever else, then that gets quite messy. So I've added an extra 5 knots, so we're doing approach speeds basically 10 knots higher. It's now switched around to a 20 knot headwind now. So very, very, very variable indeed. So the biggest concern now with this 20 knot, 15 knot headwind is if it drops off we need an extra couple of knots just as a safety blanket for this final approach. Control visualiser on the left, if you're new to the channel, shows you what control inputs I'm making on final approach. I think it does fly, Tim. I've never had it triggered though. For a big extended line through the aeroplane, passing over a VOR. Got to go and see the sheep when we get here as well.
And Christchurch traffic, Osprey 8306, we're going to extend our downwind for spacing.
100.
Looking to the end.
50, 40, 30, 20. Retard.
Little kink of the rudder. Come on.
5.
Reverse. Green. No max reverse again though, look. So let me try that, which is my backup toggle. Missed Alpha 4. Should have used it, but we're still doing 80 knots, so. That a Tango, 266 foot per minute.
Christchurch traffic, speedbird 0S4 is going to be on final approach for runway 02 to establish the ILS.
Elk, hello.
And Christchurch traffic, Osprey 8306, turning base for the ILS. We're also declaring a Mayday, we have an electrical failure.
Uh-oh.
Cell phone or other electronic devices now within reach, human hour.
Copy that.
Finally, on behalf of your onboard team, would like to thank you for
Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 261, vacated Alpha 3, taxi to stand 5.
Take care, have a great day, and thank you for flying with us.
Don't fly Russian planes, kids.
The chosen position is too small for your aircraft.
Of course it is, it's probably an ATR one again. Yeah, it's a full-on approach, that one. It's really good fun. We did that in the PMDG 737-900 the other week, and my goodness was it busy. I don't know where stand 5 is actually. Let's just bring the brakes on here. Oh, it's all the way around the corner. Can we park an A320 at gate 5? Martin, it's really, really hit and miss. It works about 25% of the time with me in the Fenix. Works fine every other aeroplane. Touchdown widget on the top from the float. 266 foot per minute. Definitely not a bounce. I don't understand why it's picking up a bounce. But touchdown, a little bit of a float with that wind.
8306, we have the field in sight. We're going to be doing a visual approach as we don't have any electrical systems.
That's a pan. You can do it.
Take it from me, ladies and gentlemen. Don't fly Russian planes, especially if they're from the Soviet era.
Soviet Union? Oh, nuke.
That's Liam, I think, touching down. Always a bounce. That's it, Simon. 60% of the time, it works every time. If only it works that, man. That'd be helpful.
205 Victor.
That would have got us go here.
There was no bounce, it was a sink.
Look at that.
Speedbird 0S4 vacated the runway. We did not bounce, we just sank towards the end there.
This is a great scenery.
Speedbird 0 taxiing, any taxi with any...
We've got to find the pianist. So, Zato, I think it's Zato, he's flying in the Tupolev in X-plane. Tupolev 125 or 164 or something. Yeah, so I only ever really get idle reverse, so here we go. Reverse, green, idle, again. We did it on the last one. If we then come out of that mode, go for it again, and now it's only triggered one look, reverse, engine 2, green. Same keybind. Try again. Both go reverse, green, idle. So it's really hit and miss. I've got an emergency toggle, an extra keybind, but I find that I usually bugger it up if I use that. Yeah, still to this day can't work out what's causing it. Yeah, idle reverse was enough. No, Doc, we shall go this way. I've not parked over this side of the scenery yet. Oh, actually, also, is it Shift V? Yes. Domestic, isn't it, this? Oh. Oh, so we don't have the Aerosoft PDGS at these stands.
Traffic, Oscar is inbound left runway 02, Christchurch traffic.
Osprey 458, what's your indicated airspeed?
It's 1
My God, who's in the bus? Another Osprey down. Oh my God, that's a fast bus.
And Osprey 8306 successfully vacated of the runway. I don't know how my life.
Carlito says even with the Bravo quadrant he gets the same reverser issue on the Fenix. Jeff as well. Fenix reverse bindings are a mess. Seems bugged to me, pretty shameful for a payware product to be honest. Yeah, there's a lot of us that have the problem, yet it just gets dismissed. I mean, when it happens to me, I get a lot of comments that sort of down the lines of...
It's Osprey 2472, I'm directly in front of you, I'm showing indicated of 250.
I get, comments like, it doesn't happen to anyone else, and all that sort of thing. Oh, hold on. Oh. Oh, this is cool.
250 for 2472.
Hey, fam. However, I will be slowing down shortly for approach Osprey 2472.
So this has got NZA Simulations' very own GSX profile for it.
Indicated at 200 right now.
Available. That car is really in the way.
So give a bit of separation. Osprey 2472.
All good, 2472.
Oh, look at that steering. think that'll do. Document 15. Right, so we'll go to stand 15 then. Now you know what? We'll use 16 because it's got Christchurch VDGS. We got anyone coming? Christchurch traffic, New Zealand 261 is change of stand 16, taxiing out of stand 5.
The chosen position
Oh
is
no.
too small for your
Damn
aircraft.
it. Stand 16. Stand 16. I'll change it again. Or GSX getting a battering. There we go. That's definitely an ATR stand.
is taxiing to stand 10 via taxi Alpha. Christchurch traffic.
Yeah, we almost had to parallel park that one then, didn't we? Back up we go. Passengers will be like, what the hell is going on with this? With this pilot? Has he been drinking? Not yet, I haven't. Right, okay, so we've actually got Aerosoft's VDGS client. It's part of the NZA Simulations Christchurch. I wanted to see it the other week. I forgot to install something. Didn't work. But we have it now. Stand 16. Here we go. Lovely. Gonna give us our taxi indications. There it is. They're watching, no pressure. Need a little bit more power. Meters, 11 meters, 10 meters, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Stop.
Christchurch traffic, Osprey 04 Foxtrot turning right base for ILS 02, Christchurch traffic.
Right, do we miss anyone else? Oh, look at that. The jetty was perfectly in line. Oh, Ian, that's not good. So how many more people have we got on final, do we know? Bloody Ryanair handling in New Zealand today. It's been crazy, hasn't it? It's back again with us, blue handling. Zato, have a great day, buddy. Thanks for flying along. Mathis, it's all from Epidemic Sound. Got to find the guy with the piano. We've got one more touchdown to watch. By the way, I want to see if we can punch through the roof.
Christchurch
I'm in a shop.
Look
at that.
Christchurch traffic, operator for Foxtrot established on runway 02.
We've got, oh my goodness, 1, 2, 3. On final. The pride of Epidemic Sounds, Doc, absolutely. So, tab, camera.
Christchurch traffic, Qantas 143 on the...
Gotta find the sheep. I think they were over there.
ILS, Christchurch traffic.
Where are the sheep? They're on one of the thresholds. Ah. No. They're going to be all the way down there, aren't they? Can't remember where they are. Mikhail says, I've been zooming around this airport for the last 30 minutes. I love it. Let's watch this touchdown, shall we? Excuse the bad drone camera motion there. Reese, it's visible for you guys watching. It's Valanta's stream overlay.
Christchurch traffic, Qantas 143 on the ILS for runway 02. 4 mile final.
Ah, Ian, hopefully you managed to still finish the flight though. The heck? Oh, there we go. Osprey Holidays. It's a 737-900. It's Fritz. Channel Vacation Holiday livery. Oh, a little bit stuttery there. Hey Rams, how you doing, buddy? Long time no speak, I hope you're well. I failed my board. There is a coffee shop in here, to be fair. It's a pretty good coffee shop as well. It's in there somewhere. If failing that, the Novotel Hotel, there's a sky bar modelled in that there. That will allow me to do it. I know, I'm pushing it for time, Rab. I'll get told right up.
Qantas 143 on final for runway 02.
Does anyone know where the sheep are in this scenery? I can't remember. Oh wait, there they are. Look at that. Absolute madness. So I'm gonna stand in the field of sheep to watch this touchdown.
Christchurch traffic, operator for Foxtrot, taxiing via Alpha to stand 20.
Look at that.
Christchurch traffic.
Bye.
Next up, stopping citation Bravo Hotel, on the final, 102, baseball.
The old C-17 in the back there, included in the scenery, and the rocket-assisted Hercules as well. Dusty wants to see the GA apron next to the grass runway. Of course you can. There's the grass runway here with the white boardings. And the GA apron, we didn't look at this last time to be fair. You got the little BP. And you got the Canterbury Aero Club.
And Christchurch traffic, 1143, vacating runway on Echo.
Got a bit of heli maintenance as well, some helipads here. Yes, we have our resident sheep for the field, the stream today, not field.
Next up, traffic citation Bravo Hotel, 4 mile final runway 02.
I'd make some sort of joke about the sheep and Scotsman, but I'll be nice.
Thank you very much for the tip, Seat 2 Alpha. Appreciate it. I'm going to try and get a screenshot of some of these aircraft on approach, but yeah, I'm running out of time. I've got to go and pick the missus up in a mo. I'll get very told off. I'll pick her up late. How many more we've got on final? 2? We've seen the sheep. Let's move back towards the terminal then, because we've got to see that piano that we were promised, and we've got to draw the giveaway to find out who won a copy of this scenery. And it is one of the most spectacular for flight sim available at the moment. Oh, here we go. Touchdown time. So this is Rab. He's actually in a Citation jet. It's loaded in as a Fenix though, I think. Because the Fenix model does some weird things, it means that the gear keeps retracting and folding away. It's all a bit odd. Actually, no, you know what? That's a Neo. Maybe that's not Rab.
Do you want to deboard crew?
Casey, you're welcome.
Crew deboarding starting.
Look at that. Such a great scenery. This is one of my favourites. Those of you who like to do long-range crazy stuff like fly to Antarctica, the US Antarctic base is here, hence the C-17, and there was an A400M there, but it's now disappeared. Okay, there's the coffee shop. There's a piano here somewhere, apparently. Does anyone know where the piano is?
Your pilot's deboarding starting.
Look at that for a backdrop. Gotta get rid of GSX. Keeps popping up all the time. Bim, welcome on board. Chris says left next to the main entrance. Is it outside or inside? It's gonna be inside, isn't it? Of course it is. Right. Oh no, here we go. Play me. Let's get rid of the music. Can you guys hear that? Hopefully you can hear it anyway. If not, let me know and I'll disconnect from VATSIM so you guys can actually hear it playing.
Object, what BMR are you using for the lead pilot?
4 of them. It's quiet, 32 says. You know what, I'll just disconnect from VATSIM a sec so we can hear it. It's quite cool. Hold on. Is that our aeroplane making all that noise? It is as well. There we go. Now you can hear it. Very cool. And I mean, one thing I really love as well is you go inside and you get the passenger announcements. Hello. Where are we? Get my bearings. We want check-in. There's a lot of ambient noise. There's some great announcements. Ah, the scenery's catching up. My sim is struggling recently. There are a few announcements and ambient sound dotted around the aeroplane, so that's quite cool. We've got aircraft spawning in and stuff anyway, so we're going to hear lots of ground noise and things like that. But there we are. We need to draw the winner. Good luck to everybody who took part. Thank you to those who flew along as well. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Good luck to all of you that has answered the question. We've got 85 eligible entries, courtesy of NZA Simulations. One of you will win a copy of this fantastic Christchurch International Airport scenery for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Again, like I said, it's one of my absolute favourites in the sim. It's just spectacular. Only one of you can win, however. And that winner is... Carl Shaw. Congratulations to you. Make sure you drop me either an email on britishafgeek1@gmail.com or head to our Discord server and DM me there as well. I'll need a screenshot and a link to your YouTube account to verify it is you, and we'll get you that copy straight away. I've already got the code for it, so I can pass it over to you. So congratulations to him. Hope you guys have all enjoyed the stream today. I'm going to wind the time to my favourite time of evening in the sim. Sunset. There's some weird stuff going on over there with something taking off from the grass. Oh yes, look at this. Look how good that is. Next streams will be next week after the end of my working week, which begins after tomorrow. Lots going on. Hope you guys have enjoyed the last 2 days. Antonov 225 yesterday, of course, absolute beast. And then this today hops in the Fenix A320 around stunning New Zealand, Auckland, to Rotorua, another NZA Simulations scenery, then to Wellington, and finally Christchurch. The answer, of course, was Kia Ora. Well done to Carl for winning. The giveaway is now over, and I will see you guys over the next few days, start of a new week, for some more streams. Keep an eye on the channel, you'll find out what stream's coming next. Tomorrow we've got a video going live of the new Boris Audio Works Cessna 172 and SR22 sound packs as well, released as payware from Boris, the guy behind all the sounds at Fly-By-Wire. And I'm reviewing both of his payware sound packs there too. I'm going to leave you with these scenes. Thank you to those of you who flew along. Thank you to Seat 2 Alpha for your tip, and all of our new subscribers and our channel members for watching too. Thank you to those of you who've hit like, and I will see you in a few days. As always, thank you very much for watching. I'll see you in a few days. Take care. Bye for now. Cheers guys, have a good one.
Awesome stream, Luke. Cheers.